entre mes dents. Bah ouais, je sors la bec.
The DKRTR 24 Grand Finale is here, and where better to hold it than at our home track? In the intense long wall configuration with 8 zones and 3 walls, get ready for some serious action. The winner of round 4 will take us through this epic configuration.
The music is the reason I see the signs when I stay in my shell. As soon as I'm sad, I tend to build a fence. That's when I need tunes to keep on living, like someone's listening. I see the signs when I seek for the lights. I know it's bad when I forget myself. Lately music's been my self-reminder. Music is the reason why I stay. A melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason.
And welcome everybody, welcome back to DKRTR Street Season 2026, to the first qualifying of the first race of this season. I hope you're all excited for what we've got in store for you this season. I hope you're excited for the layouts, for the tracks. We got 70 or something drivers registered for today who are going to be driving. If I'm looking at the qualifying list, it's 75 at the moment. I do see some free empty spaces in between, so it's anyways somewhere above 70. And today we are back on Biķernieki track on another new layout. This one was the P3A, if I remember correctly. Yeah, P3A. It's really cool to see how many different layouts can you squeeze on just one, on basically just one track, one layout. 2 figures 8 glued together. It's all you need. How's everybody feeling today? I hope everybody has already warmed up their sim rigs. I was already in a practice server, practicing my own runs a little bit. Oh yeah, and of course, I'm Ed, joining you today. Unfortunately, my brother Red is not joining me today for the quali, since he is on his last day of vacation. He's returning back home to Latvia very late tonight, so he can't make it to quali, but he's gonna be here tomorrow. So today you're gonna have to bear with myself alone here, unfortunately. It looks like we already have the first group in the server and already the first driver lined up. It's gonna be Tony Snile from Estonia opening up our season and the event. He's already off the line. Nice initiation, a little bit shallow on the first outside zone. Now transitioning over to second, massive angle. Ooh, and straightens out. So he over angled there and couldn't keep his run going, unfortunately. Might be the stress that's getting to him. Let's watch the replay. Oh no, let's not watch the replay. My bad. Let's hope Tonis can nail his second run, get the nerves together. Lining up on the starting line, let's wait for the lights to go green. It's red and orange and green, and he goes. Another nice initiation, a little, wow, right on the edge of the track limits there. Big angle again, but keeping it together. A small correction there. Now through the touch and go, now transitioning over. Still on the very edge on the tracks, going through outer zone 4. Now coming up to outer zone 5. Still going very smooth and steady. Not many corrections there. Ooh, I just had to say something, of course. And then he immediately had to correct. Now the penultimate outside zone. And now the last zone. And he's across the line. And unless he went over the track limits with a wheel, this is going to be a scored run. Yeah, it did look like he might have crossed the track limits just after the entry. Don't really know how harsh the judges are looking at that, since it's a bit of a short run-up to the initiation. One of the best comps in AC, enjoy. Oh, thanks for the kind words. Under. We're glad to be doing this, and we're glad people are enjoying what we're doing, what we're putting up here. And let's see what score is Tonis going to get for his second run. And the judges are still deliberating. By the way, speaking of judges, we have a new addition to the judging table this season. Our own Andris Kleinbergs, who has won quite a number of races himself, has decided to give other drivers a better chance to qualify and win something, and he's joining the judges as a line judge this season. So welcome, Andres, to the judging table. Be gentle with us. And it's 51 points for Tonis for his second qualifying run. So that's our opening score of the qualifying. Tonis Nile from Estonia opening up with 51 points. Let's see. Well, it's a score indeed. Now with 75 drivers signed up for it, 51 might not be enough to qualify for the tandems, but let's see. We already have the second driver on the line. It's Darius Ostreika from Lithuania from Team RTW in a BMW E36 and already sideways right off the line on the first outside zone right on the edge of the track. Now transitioning over to the second outside zone, very smooth, no corrections there, hitting the touch and go, transitioning over to outside zone 4, very confident run on the track limits, fully filling out of zone number 5 as well, coming over to 6. Still testing out the track limits with his E36, now to the next outer zone and coming up to the very end, crosses the line. Very solid run from Darius there. He must have been practicing a lot for this. Well, of course, we have seen in the previous races as well, so he's probably just very used to the car he's driving. But this should be a much better score. Honestly, it's really nice to see how good people have become with these cars when we have been running them for, this is basically the second season already, I think, or third, I think second. And then some off-season races, so people have had time to get used to the cars, to adjust to them, get the setups down, and now we see that the hard work and results are already paying off. And it's an 89 for Darius for his first run. A very good score. He's lining up for the second run now. Let's see if he can beat it. And the lights go green and he's off. And already starting to slide. Oh, massive angle into the first outside zone right on the edge of the track limits again. Transitioning over to second, even closer to the track limits this time around. Going through the touch and go. A very snappy transition over to outer zone number 4, coming up to 5, still on the track limits there, not afraid to score a 0, because he already has a really good score for him in the first run. So second run is just going all in, trying to get into that 90 plus territory, and ends the run with a 360. Good job from Darius, nice run. Let's watch the replay. Also, a good-looking yellow BMW there. Black and yellow. You really can't go wrong with that color combination, can you? Really like this snappy transition over here. Yeah, very close to the wall and a lot of big angles from Darius. Parked, waiting for his score for the second run. Yeah, this says it's going to be a 97. Oh, but it's an 88. Fortunately, doesn't improve it, but very consistent. Only 1 point difference between his two runs. That is consistency there, people. Okay, who do we have up next? Should be Davis Rastoks from Latvia. Let's see if he comes up to the line. There he is. Ooh, a very nice looking BMW E36. It feels like it's Rome Charpentier inspired by the color combination there and the fade. And he's off for his first run. Flick initiation, a little bit outside the track limits right at the initiation, but gets back in there immediately. Now already through the touch and go, transitioning over to outside zone 4. Very big angle there, but quite far from the track limits there. Good on outside zone 5, now transitioning over to 6. Snappy and fast. Coming over to outside zone 7, which is a very long one. Very long sweeper there, that turn. Just before the outside zone and across the finish line. Let's see what Davis gets in his first run. Should have been points. Should have been points, I think. Yeah, but just look at the livery. I really like this color combination. When Rome Charpentier was running exactly this kind of fade on his Z36 in Formula Drift, I think that was my favorite livery in that season in FD. And Davis gets a 53 for his first run. Definitely wants to improve it for his second one. So let's see if let's hope that his spotter is in his ear, telling him everything that he needs to know to improve. And already off, going way better, way more stable through the first outside zone. Decent on the second as well, now through the touch and go. Not many corrections, very snappy transitioning over to outside zone 4. Now coming over to outside zone 5 and 6. Going through the big sweeper, coming up to outside zone 7. Kicks the rear end out a little bit, and another snappy transitioning for the last outside zone and across the finish line. Let's hope this was better for Davis in the second run. So yeah, right before outside zone 4, here on the transition, here is where the diesel zone is. So it looks like a lot of drivers, or at least most of the drivers that we've seen so far, granted it's only 4, but anyways, are choosing to diesel by massive angle, not handbrake or left foot brake, which is a nice choice. I love angle. This is definitely going to be a fun year, Nauris. Welcome back. Nice to see you. And it's a 66 for Davis. Does improve his score by 13 points. Currently second in the qualifying. Probably not worth to mention it at the moment since we only had like 3 people go yet, but you know, had to. You have to. Okay, but next we got Marcus Milnes sliding up to the starting line in his white and orange E36 as well. Also from Latvia, from Team Drift. The lights go green, and let's see what Marcus can show on his first quali run. Oh, a bit outside. Right on the line, maybe a little bit over with the rear wheels on the first outside zone. Misses the touch and go as well, transitioning over to outside zone 4, right on the line, on the edge of the track. Now coming up to outside zone 5, now outside zone 6. Both decent. You could see the wheels lock up a little bit, so he had to use some handbrake there. Now outside zone 7, now coming over to the last outside zone, right on the edge of the track across the finish line. Good job from Marcus. Maybe overcooked a tiny little bit at the beginning, but you know, we don't see everything from our perspective. The judges do see it better, so I can't really tell with 100% confidence that he was over the lines at the starting. It goes a little bit shallow on the sweeper there before outside zone 7 as well. Might have not been the best line out there, but that's for Andris to decide. Okay, and we didn't get the score for the first run, but he already goes for the second one. Decent on the first outside zone, on the second one as well. Now coming up to the touch and go, hits it this time, transitioning over to outside zone 4, keeping it on the edge of the track. Nice, smooth and steady. Wheels on the lines, on the white lines. A little bit of handbrake here as well, going a little bit wider on the sweeper this time around, hitting outside zone 7 with some decent angle. Now nice, smooth transition over the finish line. Good from Marcus, and I guess his score appeared somewhere in the middle of his run, but I didn't quite catch it yet. So let's see when it appears. Anyhow, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a 66 for the first run, and for the second run, probably an improvement as well. I can imagine, since he didn't miss the touch and go, went a little bit wider on the sweeper, and I didn't see any like big corrections. Oh yeah, also Drift King, the team that Marcus is representing, is also one of our sponsors this season. 78 points for Marcus on the second run, so that is a very good improvement. 12 points up, putting himself at the moment in the second place. 78 points usually guarantees a top 32 spot in this series. Let's see what happens this season. Maybe the drivers have become much better and the drop zone is going to be way higher, but time will tell. Okay, but next up we're going to have Kristians Austriņš from Latvia in another E36. They're massively popular this race somehow. Already initiating a little bit shallow on the angle there, just before the initiation. No, just before outside zone 1, but already on the touch and go, right on the line, hits it perfectly. Ooh, hits the tire wall on outside zone 4 and has to make a huge correction to stay in it. Let's hope it wasn't a 0, because that was, you know, saving it from that kind of hit is not an easy thing to do, especially in a competition stress setting. Oh, and overcooks it a lot just before the last outside zone, goes way out the track limits and hits the tire wall again. So that might be a 0 because of that. Very beautiful looking car though, Kristians. Very beautiful looking car. I like this a lot. Yeah, let's see here at the end. Transitions maybe just a little bit too late or too slow, and goes over the line. So yeah, that is a 0 for the first run. Let's hope that Kristians can score in his second one. A very similar initiation, but he's right on the edge of the track and not crossing it. Decent on the outside zone number 2. Does miss the touch and go, but way better this time around on outside zone number 4 with a snappy transition. Now already over to 5, transitioning over to outside zone 6. A little bit shallow on the line here again. As you can see, the tire markings on the track, he's right on the inside edge of it. Now transitioning for the last zone. Nice. That is definitely going to be points for Kristians. The only thing that remains to be decided is how many. But at least could get his nerves together, could get his performance together and show us a solid run. Look at this nice transition. Would you really go for that aggressive transition if you had just hit that wall? I probably wouldn't, but Kristians apparently is a confident driver and does it anyways. Decent run, except for that missed touch and go. .58 for Kristians for his second run. At least not the worst score. Might get him in competition, but yeah, it really depends on how the other drivers perform. Next up, we're gonna have Walid Taha from Jordan in another E36. There must be something about the E36 that's better than the E46 that nobody's talking about, because I have no idea why everybody's picking that. Okay, but let's see. Walid already on his first run on the outside zone 2. Nice on the edge there. Very good on the inside clip, transitioning over to outside zone 4. Steady on the edge of the track. Very nice and smooth. No corrections through outside zone 4. Transitioning over to outside zone 5. A little bit of a handbrake pull to set him up for the perfect line. Crossing into outside zone 7. Now transitioning over for outside zone 8. Does not do a complete wall ride there, but was a pretty decent finish. A little bit shallow on the first outside zone as well, but overall, nothing in this run that I saw that could bring it down to a 0. So should be points for Walid here on the first run. 46 E36s and 26 E46s this round. Damn, yeah, that is a massive discrepancy. We have not had that huge of a difference between the cars being picked before. I still went with the E46, of course. And it's a 67 for Walid from Jordan for his first run. Let's see if he can get that number out of our screens in his second run. Please, Walid, you can do this. Decent on the first outside zone, completely filling it this time around. Same with the second, coming up to the touch and go. Nice, goes around it. Outside zone 4, check, completed. Coming up to outside zone 5. Very nice angle there. Transitioning over to outside zone 6. Brave, and now handbrake pull on the zone to get himself onto a good line. Now through outside zone 7 and now outside zone 8, the last one across the finish line. Yeah, I also picked E46 because that's my IRL car, even though I haven't driven it like a lot in total, but still. Notice you switched from E36 to E46. Interesting. Yeah, but we did see a lot of E46s perform very well last season. Our 2 Irish drivers showed very good scores on the E46s. A lot of Latvian drivers as well. Basically, I don't think that anything in the last season or the off-season races was did anything to like make the E46 feel bad. But Walid scores an 81 on his second run, so that is the current second qualifying position. Walid from Team Alone scores an 81. That is a massive improvement from the 67 points he got in his first run. Very well done. You wanted to pick E36 this year as well, but you tested some stuff and picked E46. Aha. And now in the pink E46, we've got Jason Shelton from Team Evolution of Drift from the US. Welcome, Jason. Let's see what you got already on the initiation and the first outside zone. Nice fill on it, a little bit shallow on the angle for the second outside zone. Now hitting the touch and go. Ooh, very close to the track limits for the transition before the fourth outside zone, but somehow still manages to keep in it. A very interesting line there. Now outside zone 5 already, going up to outside zone 6, a little bit shallow there as well, but ooh, very wide on the sweeper. Hitting outside zone 7 very well, transitioning over to outside zone 8. A little bit lacking in angle as well. Interesting choices, a little bit different line and angle choices than all the other drivers. Let's see what the judges say about this. Overall, a decent, solid run. You can see that he definitely is feels comfortable with the car. Yeah, could have gone wider on the outside zone number 6 there. And bright pink E46, that is a statement, if anything. And 52 points for this first run, and already going for the second, and late initiation this time around, and very shallow in the first outside zone. Decent on the second though, found his line back, but did not hit the touch and go. Now coming over to outside zone 4, that's what we're more used to seeing here in this part. Now outside zone 5, now outside zone 6. Ooh, very close to the track edges. And oh, goes right over the track lines there, very wide on the sweeper, hitting outside zone 7, transitioning over for the last outside zone across the finish line. He's from the US, probably the ping sucks, but does, like, if he's driving alone, does it even affect anything? Where is this track? This track is in Riga, Latvia. So this is our actual official, no, not official, but yeah, official local racetrack. He is in the server with other people, but they are not moving. Well, don't quote me on that. I'm not really sure how that works. Yeah, and unfortunately that is 0 for Jason on the second run. Must be because of the sweeper. Went over the track limits there, unfortunately, but went way wider than anybody else before him. Yeah, I might also not know how servers work in AC. I just don't think that your own car renders based on your ping. So if I understand correctly, that your own car just renders locally for you, and others render based on the network connection. But I might be wrong, I don't know. And now we see Daniels Dolganos, our next driver from Latvia, already warming up his tires, coming up to the starting line in another E36. Ready for his first run. Let's see what Daniels has in him. And off he goes. Ooh. Very, very slow initiation, being very careful right there. Very shallow angle on outside zone 2 as well. Now increases the angle for the touch and go. Ooh, I think that is a wheel outside the line. At least it looked like he's very close. Being very careful in this first run of his. Don't know why, to be honest. Ooh, and a big transition and completely missing the last outside zone. So Daniels probably has some setup issues. It doesn't look like he feels confident in the car. The initiation was very careful. He didn't want to overcook it whatsoever. Now stayed on a very shallow angle before the touch and go, but it did increase the angle right here. But here it looks like he might have went one wheel off. Because the inner wheel, the inner rear wheel was already basically on the line, so the other wheel must be across. Probably overheated his tires. Huh, you might be onto something. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any other drivers warm up their tires before. But maybe that's just something that we don't see in our camera view. Sorry, voice crack. And we don't see the score for the first run yet, but he's already getting sent for his second run, and it's a 34 for the first. Daniels, it's your cue to go for the second one. Did the semaphore spit flames just now, or are you glitching in your head? It might. It has VTC physics. It basically has 800 to 900 horsepower. Some technical difficulties there for Daniels, looks like. He's stuck on the starting line. He did not start moving after his lights went green for the second run. Might have been, oh, his Assetto crashed. But he still is on the server somehow, interestingly enough. You can hear them before the run warming up. You didn't know you can last year, so there will be another one today for sure. Ah, well, the thing is that I don't have sound, because if I turn the sound on for anything, then I hear myself speak, and I can't really speak if I hear myself in the echo in my ear all the time. Well, unfortunate. Do we need like an evacuator to, you know, tow his car away? Ah, there we go. Interestingly, why did his Assetto crash? Since he's the last driver of this group, so he probably is alone with the judges and the semaphore on the server. Alright, and I'm getting some info in my ear that the main judge also crashed, so his game crashed. So it's probably something on our end, unfortunately. We're trying to figure it out, but we're gonna let Daniels do his second run. It looks like he is warming up his tires again. And we see some smoke already, so they should be up to temperature. A lot of people crashed. Oh. Yeah, I hope we figured that one out. Okay, Daniels. No crashes this time around. Lasmanis is in my ear, and he is behind all of this, switching the scenes, running the show. And okay, Daniels is off for his second run already. Now, I'm way more confident initiation this time around. Fills the first outside zone nicely, a little bit shallow on the second. Ooh, correction before the touch and go makes him miss it. Now transitioning over to outside zone 4. Still going very shallow here for outside zone 5. Completely fills it though, gets back on the line. Transitioning over to outside zone... No, that one was 6. Yeah, this one is 7. A little bit shallow on it too, could be deeper in it. Now for the last outside zone, ooh, one wheel off. One wheel off. Aye, aye, aye. Unfortunate. Might be probably something with flames from the semaphore. Oh. Might be. Yeah, because we did get a new semaphore this year. He gets a new set of tires. Well, unfortunately, that's how it is. Honestly, a new set of tires on these cars, I probably do prefer a set of tires that have already done one lap, to be honest. So I think getting a new set of tires, a cold tires, is not an improvement. He DDoSed the server, so he gets new tires. Well, that's a strategy now. Please don't will this into existence. Yeah, and it's unfortunately a 0 for the second run for Daniel Ster. Okay, and that was our first qualifying group, opening up the event. Now, let's wait for the second group to load in. We can see the scores for the first group. Darius Ostreka at the moment topping the qualifier with 89 points, Walid with 81 following him, and Marcus with 78, and rounding up the top 3. Good scores overall. At the moment on the bottom we have Daniels with 34, which probably is not enough to get him into tandems, but we will see. We will see. The track is technical. There's a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. We've seen a few zeros already. Luckily, we haven't seen a double 0 yet, so that's good. How am I doing today? Well, drinking an energy drink, chilling. Haven't had much practice, but it's a nice sunny day outside. If I wouldn't be doing this, I would be outside cutting grass, working in the garden probably. How's everybody else doing today? Chat, how are you all doing today? Well, I'm having an energy drink from a company who doesn't sponsor us, so I don't think I can mention it. Yeah, but on that topic, huge thanks to our sponsors. We've got a few new ones this season who are also sponsoring our real-life drift car. And if you haven't seen that yet, keep your eyes peeled to the Discord server and the YouTube channel as well, this exact one, and you'll probably see more content on the real-life drift car sometime soon. We're already, we have been in a competition in the opening race of this street season IRL. Say where, give a beer, and I will cut your grass. Dipping White Monster, had chicken nuggies, you happy? That sounds awesome. Well, I'm on the same brand of energy drink, but just a different flavor. So yeah, back to the sponsors. Our main sponsor for this season is Best Sim Rigs, who are gonna gift a sim rig, an actual rig, to the winner of the season, which is awesome. And then we also have Driftahalle, who are gonna give some gift cards for the winners of for the best scoring Latvians of each race. And also we're gonna get some tickets to the street races IRL to the top 3 qualifiers from Latvia for each race. So you can go to the street races, meet the team, see the car, get some pictures in. Yeah, we do get some runs in server before qualification. I have driven the track. I am actually participating. I am running in Group C. That is going to be an interesting thing to do, to combine driving and commentating. He can tell many things in my ear, but why? Yeah, I understood so that this was the actual layout that we ran in our IRL drift car for the first race of the season. Probably should have mentioned it. I probably should have mentioned it, since I did know the fact. Christian's Austrian will be the champ one day. Remember his name. Sure thing. All the power to him. Your monitor keeps turning off. Notice you're in group I. Where is that? Oh, that's the penultimate group. Ooh. Hey, but you got the best starting number. You're starting number 69. Okay, chat, let's get some likes going for the stream. We only got 2 at the moment, it looks like, or my page is just not refreshing or something. Come on, we can do better than that. No, we got 12. Let's pump it up to the moon. Every like helps us to find more viewers, to go bigger, so that's much appreciated. If you want to see how our real-life drift car is progressing, then also subscribe to the channel, keep an eye on new vids, and look for all the socials that we've got in the description of the live stream. We've got Discord if you want to participate in the next race yourself. We've got a website which is at the moment under construction, unfortunately. If you know, you know. We've got Instagram, we've got YouTube, we've got TikTok, Facebook, and Twitch. Are we live on Twitch? Let me see. No, we're not live on Twitch. All right. Focusing up, Miloš Gavin from Poland, from Team Delta Infinite, already on the line, doing his first quali run. Ooh, a little bit of a better camera angle, I like that. Struggling a little bit in outside zone number 2, hitting the touch and go, now transitioning over to outside zone 4 with some massive angles. Now coming up to outside zone 5, completes it very well. The outside zone 6 right now on the line on the big sweeper, coming up to outside zone 7, now just has to get it across the line. Very nice for Miloš Gavin from Team Delta Infinite from Poland. You've seen too much what you need to see. I am trying to understand what you mean by that, but it sounds a little bit cryptic, you know? Let's look at Miloš's run once again in the replay. Another driver who has chosen a black and yellow livery approach. Definitely can't go wrong with that. Yeah, new angles, we hot swapped the cameras. Can't see the outside lines as good with these ones, but it's way more cinematic, probably a better viewing experience. No, this is not top 48, this is a top 32. Top 48 is DCGP. And I don't know if there's any other ones, but Miloš gets 74 points for his first run, very decent score. Let's see if he can beat that on his second run. The lights are already going green. Off the line he goes. Nice, solid initiation into the first outside zone. Keeps it steady all the way through, hitting the second one now. Coming up to the touch and go. Completes it very well. Outside zone 4 also done. A little bit of wavering between outside zones 4 and 5, but hits that very well. Now outside zone 6 on the big sweeper to hit outside zone 7. Has to angle up a little bit more to hit it better. Now for the last outside zone, goes across the finish line right on the edge of the track. Very nice run. Hey Jason, welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for participating. Fingers crossed for you. I hope you do make it in. But I do hope everybody makes it in, you know, I can't be biased. It's awesome to see people joining from all over the world. At 52 points might get you in. It's, you know, we'll see. 73 points for Miloš for his second run, so another driver with very consistent runs. Only 1 point difference between his first and the second run. And next, after him, we've got Danielis Soltesiakas. Oh, what a surname. What a mouthful to pronounce. In RR E46 from Lithuania from Team Riga Tokyo. Very decent on initiation. Might be a little bit shallow on the first outside zone. Now hitting the second one. Coming up to the touch and go. Clears that very well. Big angle coming through outside zone 4. Coming up to outside zone 5, has to angle up a tiny little bit to keep on the perfect line. Now outside zone 6. Going through the very big sweeper, hitting outside zone 7, transitioning over for the last outside zone across the finish line. Do we think your 81 points will put you in the show? I think it will. I think it will put you in the show. Usually 80 points is definite guarantee that you get in, but you never know. You never know. If I understand correctly, Danielis also has been helping Moist with the designs. At least I understood so from his Discord messages. And he gets 67 points for his first run. So Danielis, please do better on the second run so we can get this number out of our heads, out of the scoreboards again, please. We should forbid it. We should like do an arrangement. If the score is 67, then we bump it up to 68 or 66. Okay. Now he's already going for his second run, already at the touch and go, transitioning for the outside zone 4 right now, going very smooth now. Way smoother than the previous run, it looks like. Basically no corrections whatsoever, sets it and forgets it. Now coming up to the outer zone number 7 already. Nice and sweep, and for the last outside zone, big angle and very steady, very nice at the very end there. I think that's going to be an improvement. Fingers crossed. Ooh, the pink livery is a statement and a half, man. It's crazy. Definitely stands out, you know. One of the unofficial high-vis colors. I myself am not the biggest fan of the color, but it is what it is. Drift cars have to be shiny and, you know, aggressive styling and everything, experimenting with new things. And Danielis improves his score with his second run, getting 74 points, putting himself even with Miloš Gavin at the moment in the 5th place. Good job from Danielis. Okay, next we have another Lithuanian, Vilius Prižgintas. in an E36. Already at the line, ready to go. Another representative of Team Riga Tokyo. Yeah, let's see some good angles indeed. I like when people drive with massive angle on the edge of the track. Okay, but Vilius on his first run, a little bit of a shallower line through outside zone number 2, now transitioning over to outside zone 2. I said something wrong, I think. Touch and go, outside zone number 4. Coming up to 5, you can see changing the angle a tiny little bit, so tiny angle adjustments there. Now outside zone 6, coming over through the sweeper on the edge of the track very well through outside zone 7. Transitioning over for the last outside zone, that was quite deep in it, might have been even a wheel across the line, but probably not, we'll see. Usually if you go off track on the last outside zone, even with one wheel, you usually hit the tire wall because it's pretty close. But yeah, it depends on your angle and everything. Could have stayed a little bit deeper in outside zone 5 right there, I think. Overall, a decent run from Vilius. Definitely points. And it's a 69 for Vilius. It's our first 69 of the day. Everybody in chat say nice. In my opinion, that is the best score you could ever get. Let's hope Vilius gets another 69 on the second score. No, just kidding. Oh, all right. Let's see how he does. Coming through the touch and go, transitioning over for outside zone 4. Again, small angle adjustments there, or it might be just the car suspension doing it, the movement of the body. Very nice on the sweeper, coming up to outside zone 7 right now, and for the last outside zone, smooth and steady, very confident, crosses the finish line. Good stuff. And that was for this comp, a lot of heavy hitters. Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of good drivers usually showing up. Well, at least this time you don't need to be afraid of Andris, because he has switched to judging. I also didn't see some other names that I'm used to see scoring high on the qualifying list, so some drivers are missing out on this first race. And it's a 63 for Vilius on his second run. I hope I didn't jinx it and made him score worse, but he gets a 69 on the board, basically winning the race in my eyes. Okay, but up next, another E36. We're gonna have Siim Voort from Estonia. And already, lights go green. Siim is off the line. Flicking it side by side for the initiation. Nice in the first outside zone. Very smooth and confident right there. No dramas in the Bahamas. Through the touch and go, transitioning over to outside zone 4. Very nice, right on the edge of the track. Very close to the line here before outside zones 4 and 5. Already coming up to outside zone 6, right on the line. You saw that the wheels didn't get blocked, so he just confidently plowed straight through it. Very good, very nice job from Siim. Very confident, and you could see that this was maybe not the most aggressive transitions that we've seen today, but very precise, very smooth, and he got the car to go exactly where he wanted it to go. really good run from Seam. Yeah, transition for this outside zone was pretty snappy though. But no corrections. I saw just absolutely no corrections here as well. Very wide. We could see a lot of other drivers lock the wheels right there in outside zone number 5, I think it was, with a handbrake, just to lose some speed. But he just goes big angle, and that's it. Quali done some hockey watching today. I had no idea hockey is happening today. Yeah, but unfortunately, that's gonna be already when, you know, when it's too late for me to buy beers, so I'm gonna be sober watching hockey then, I guess. But Seam gets 81 for his first run, now already off for the second one, going a little bit more confident this time around, a bit more aggressive for the first outside zone, completely filling it, bigger angle this time around, already through the touch and go, coming up to outside zone 4, nice snappy transition. Oh, that was so close to the tire wall, wow. Right on the edge of the track here as well. It's getting outside zone 5, now for outside zone 6. Yeah, this time around the same thing. Wheels don't lock up, just angles up and diesels that way. Now for the last outside zone. Very confident and very steady for Seam there. Watching hockey without beer is ice skating. Yeah, that is the Latvian national proverb. I do know. But I did not have time. I just did not have time to go to the shop today. Yeah, that was so close to the tire wall. Crazy from Seam. Very confident. Nice run. Might be our top qualifying run for today. I don't know. This might be a 90 plus. What do you think, chat? Just send you money and address. You very much want to come over. First you wanted to come over to mow some grass, now you want to bring me some beer. Yeah, the thing is, I don't use delivery apps at all. I don't like them. They've screwed me over a couple of times. And it's an 87 for Seam Vort, putting him in the second place. Unfortunately, not a 90 plus, but a very good run anyways. I liked it a lot. Very confident from him. Alright, next up we're gonna have another rare E46, driven by Jānis Reinsons from Latvia. Oh no! Looks like Jānis is not showing up, and we've got Pavel Kalushka from Poland in an E36 instead. Wonder what happened to Jānis there. Oh, I will flop it even worse, trust me. Okay, Pavel already off the line in his purple E36, initiating for the first outside zone. Fills it about halfway through, maybe a little bit not perfect on the second zone as well. Very aggressive and massive transition for outside zone 4, now hitting outside zone 5. He is on a good line, hitting outside zone 6 as well. Taking a lesson from Seam's book, also not using any handbrake for that transition for the diesel. And woo, very aggressive on the last outside zone as well. Good job from Pavel. Let's go, Pavlyucha! As Wolf says. Yeah, nice confident run from him. Look at this transition here. Just snapped it over. Very aggressive. Right on the line at the very end there as well. Oh, you're a fan only because the car color. Purple does look nice. I do like it with a fade to a different car. And it's a 66 for his second run. Let's see if he can improve it. Bring it maybe above 70 on the second one. Nice initiation, very similar for the first outside zone as well. Second one, very close to the edge right there at the end, hitting the touch and go. Oh wow! Same approach to that transition, hitting the tire wall, but did not really need a correction to keep it together. But he is not on the perfect line for outside zone 6. Now going through the sweeper, outside zone 7 is fully filled. Now very aggressive transition for outside zone 8 and across the finish line again. Interesting run from Pavel. Definitely went aggressive. He's definitely a confident driver. But yeah, that wall tap, that was scary. Let's look at it again. Oof. Yeah, it just sort of stops his car from rotating for a little bit, but it doesn't look like it messes his run up at all. He's probably just used to hitting the tire wall and continuing on. Good job from Pavel. It's not often that you see people hit the wall and survive, tell the tale. Why everybody drive with the BMW? Because that's Jānis' game crashed as well. And Pavel gets a 53 for his second run, unfortunately not improving his score. Let's see what happens with Jānis, since we already had some game crashes in the last group. Let's hope that we can rectify the issues. Because if we're gonna have a driver crash in every group, that's not gonna be nice. But now we've got Ritums Jakobsons from Latvia, who we've seen in our street races before already, representing Team Drift, very wide on the first outside zone, coming up to the second one already. Hitting the touch and go very close to the inside of it. Again, another aggressive transition over to outside zone 4, but this time he just executes it perfectly, transitioning over to outside zone 6 right now. Very close to the line at the very end of the tire marks on the track. Going through outside zone 7, a little bit outside of the track limits just before outside zone 8. Let's hope it was just a visual glitch that he actually didn't go out the track limits. I do like the confidence of Ritums. In the previous races, he has shown a lot of good results. Steering wheel is disconnecting mid-run. Oh dear. Today is just not a good day for drifting, I guess. Everything is crashing. Okay, and after Ritums' second run, I do have to start getting ready for my own, to join myself, basically. I need to turn on my VR headset, and it's a 73 for Ritums for his first run, so it wasn't a 0, luckily. Let's see if he can do an even better run in the second one. Very confident again on the first outside zone, completely filling outer zone 1, now outer zone 2, right on the edge for the touch and go. This time not kissing it, but very close anyways. Ooh. It looks like Ritums has definitely practiced the transition for outside zone 4 a lot, because he hits it perfectly and smooth every single time. Even closer to the track edges here in the sweeper this time around. A little bit less angle though. Oh, interesting angles in the transition before the last outside zone, but keeps it together. Thank you for praying for your second run. Hey man, I like to see everybody do some nice drifting. You know, I'm not biased. All I want to see is a lot of nice drifting, some good scores, some good competition. About your 2026 livery, I'm trying to now remember your 743. Which livery was that? Danielle is. Oh yeah, I did like it. Nice graffiti. White and blue, yeah. Now I remember. 72 for Ritums for his second run, so another very consistent driver with 1 point difference between his two runs. And unfortunately, the last driver that we've got in this group, who's Maciej Filisinski from Poland in the E36, I cannot comment on your run because I have to get ready to get into the rig myself. So I'll see you in a minute when I'm in the sim rig. Alright, I am in my rig. I hope you all can hear me. And I am joining the server now. All right. Now, where is everything? I'm gonna go for a few practice runs. Okay, didn't crash on my first practice run. That's already something. Where's my mouse? Yeah, there's the chat. I do have it open. Oh shit. Oh, sorry my language, but I screwed up my second run completely. Luckily that is still practice. I'm probably gonna try and cast my own run, but we'll see how that goes. Going tandems with an E36 right now. Oh! Oh dear, you can probably see me completely messing it up. Oh wow. Yeah, this is not gonna be an easy run. At least not for me. I haven't had a ton of practice, but oh no. Crashed into the lead driver. Gotta do an MB. Yeah, do it. They're gonna show me practicing on stream. Oh no. Everybody's gonna be watching. Everybody's gonna be watching. Oh, we're restarting the server. All right, so we gotta reconnect. My doggo really wants attention. She's right next to me. Resting her head on my braking foot. Sometimes. Let's see, did it restart already? Yeah, it looks like it did. Okay, I also do not see chat when, like the YouTube chat when I'm in the game, so sorry everybody, I'm gonna be missing out on a little bit of conversation that's going on there, but it's just something that I can't really fix at the moment. If I could get the YouTube chat, I would have it. Pit. Okay, that's it for practice, I guess. That is it for practice. I probably should have dropped my refresh ratio for the VR headset to 80 Hertz, because at 90 Hertz it's struggling a little bit. But first, we're gonna have Andre Henriquez, number 239, going for his run. It's nice to spectate it from here, from being in the server. Now at least I see absolutely everything that's going on with the car. A very nice looking car for Andre Henriquez as well. Beautiful purple, black, greens, blues. Very nice combination of colors. Lovely. And Andre is waiting on the starting line for the lights to go green. Flashing his own lights. Oh no, and our main judge has to restart his PC. See, today is just cursed a little bit. Not a good day for drifting, I guess. Yeah, okay, if that is happening, I am sorry. I'm also going to quickly restart my my game, because I want to set my VR headset to 80 Hertz instead of 90, because it's just not holding. I'm already out of the server. I am sorry. I am turning my... Oh no, I have to restart my Steam VR. Okay, I'm not going to do it. I'm just joining back. I'm going to be driving with a laggy game. Yeah, somehow solo practice always runs alright. When you get in the server, even in practice servers, it's alright, and then you go to a competition and it all just falls apart. And the head judge joined, and the head judge has immediately left as well. So I'm wondering if something might be just broken on his end. All right, and now calling again. Andre Henriquez gonna be the first to run in Group C. Heading to the start line. It looks like we've got all issues resolved. Fingers crossed and toes for no more issues. We already had more technical issues today than it feels like over the entire previous season. And Andre has lined up on the starting line, waiting for the lights to go green for his first run. And he's off. Swinging it side to side, initiating very nice on the first outside zone. Big angle, just what I like to see. Entered a bit late into the second outside zone, but decent on the touch and go. Very good line. Now for the outside zone 4, very good diesel there as well. Keeps it right on the track edges, a bit shallow angle coming through outside zone 5. Now outside zone 6, very well. Very confident, coming over to outside zone 7, completely filling it. Now just has the transition over for the last outside zone and across the finish line. Very good run from Andre there. Could have angled up just a little bit more in some of the zones, but other than that, I'm just nitpicking here. Good run from him. Waiting for the score for his first run. Let's see what it is. And for run 1, it's a 62 for Andre Henriquez. Let's see if he can beat it in his second run. Moving up a little bit closer to the starting line. And off he goes for the second run. Nice initiation. Very confident into the first outside zone. Coming over to the second one. Much better this time around, I think. Good and touch and go as well. Very confident coming up to outside zone 4, now in the slower zone for outside zone 5. Just sets it and forgets it for every one of these zones. Doesn't do any corrections whatsoever. Very good on outside zone number 7. Now for the last outside zone with some massive angle as well. Just what I like to see. Going for a 360. Unfortunately doesn't complete it, so you know, you gotta watch it, guys. If you're going for a 360, you better be confident about it and you better complete it. Because if you don't complete your 360, it's possible that judges are gonna give you a 0 for an unsafe finish. Basically meaning that you spun out coming across the finish line. You have to straighten out. So let's see what the score is gonna be. Oh no. Run 2 is a 73, so that was a good one. Decent score. My dog is just right next to me, wants my attention. Okay, but now we're gonna have number 99, Oihan Polo. Let's see what he can bring in his E36 today. don't think I've seen his name before in our previous races, so if that's the case, then welcome to DKRTR Street. And the light is green, and off he goes. Aggressive initiation into the first outside zone, not completely filling it, leaving a little bit to be desired, but still decent on outside zone 2, very good. Same on the touch and go, decent, very shallow angle on outside zone number 4, but gets deeper to the track limits before outside zone 5. Now already at outside zone 6, taking it wide on the big sweeper, coming on to outside zone 7. Very good there, transitioning over for the last outside zone. Ooh, wall taps, but yeah, it doesn't disturb him even a bit. Taps the wall coming across the finish line. Very nice run, very aggressive and confident there for Oihan. Let's see the score. And something is lagging on my end and I can't scroll down to see the score, but I see it's a 55. Oh no, something has glitched on my end. I can't see the scores very well, but okay. Second run already. Through the touch and go, very aggressive for outside, so number 4. Ooh, way closer to the track edge this time around, fixes his mistake, but has to do a little bit of a correction for outside zone 5. Now outside zone 6, looks like he barely hit it with one wheel. Now coming over to outside zone 7, much better here. Transitioning over for the last outside zone, completely fills it across the finish line. Yeah, I did miss the first 2 zones, unfortunately, trying to figure out what's going on with my chat application there. I just made it larger, and that kind of fixed it. Oh no, and it didn't fix it. Ah, this is so cuffed. I'm just not gonna touch it anymore. I hope it just, fixes itself if I don't focus on it. And it's a 67 for Oihan for his second run, so that is his score for today's quali. He gets a 67 on the board. Now we're gonna get Vladislavs Pupes, and he's number 52. Coming up to the line, lining up, another rare E46. Needs to move closer to the starting line. And the lights are going green, and there he goes. Flicking it into the first outside zone. Ooh, and leaving it really early. Misses basically most of it. Much better on the second outside zone, but has to do some adjustment between the outside zone number 2 and the touch and go to keep it in it. Now already past outside zone 4 and 5. Struggling a little bit, but better than the beginning. Outside zone 6 also barely hit it, if at all. Outside zone 7 much better this time around. And the last zone and across the finish line, leaving some points on the board, definitely, but not in completing at all. So that's gonna be definitely points for Vladislavs there. Now he just needs to listen to his motor. Or maybe he's even listening to the live stream. .49 for Vladislav's on his first run. Definitely looking for a better score right there, so let's hope he can clean it up on the second one. Off the line. A small flick to get into the first outside zone. Not completely filling it, but much better than last time, but not that good on the second outside zone this time around. Decent on the touch and go, and hitting outside zone 4, a little bit off the lines there. Filling outside zone 5 now, coming over to outside zone 6. Ooh, gets very close to track limits there. Puts him on a good line for outside zone number 7. Now, but transitioned a little bit too early and didn't hit the perfect line for the last outside zone, but at least across the finish line in one piece. Doesn't crash. Keeps the run going and gets it across the line. So let's see if that was enough to improve his score from 49 to something better. And now, yeah, looking at my FPS graph there, yikes. I'm gonna have a really bad time here. Vladislav's unfortunately scored 43 for his second run, so not improving his score, staying with 49 on the board at least. But next up we're gonna have William Diaz, number 78, already coming up to the starting line. William was in the chat on YouTube before, worried about his run. So best of luck to him and all the other drivers as well. Flicking into the first outside zone, decent with a little bit of left foot braking. Now coming into the second outside zone, completely fills it out, hits the touch and go, transitions over to outside zone 4 with massive angle, really close to the tire wall as well. Very confident. Coming into outside zone number 5, could have filled it a little bit better. Outside zone 6 though, he's right back on a good line again, and outside zone 7, same. Now transitioning over for that last outside zone, nice. A little bit conservative on it, could have been a bit closer to the track edge, but still a decent and confident run from William there. Good job, very well done. Okay, it looks like my game is lagging way more if I'm spectating in third person. When I switch to first, it's better. So I hope my run's gonna be better as well, since I run in first. And William's score is a 60 for his first run, so definitely also looking for some improvements there on the second. Let's see if he manages to get that done. The lights go green, he's off the line. Now flicking into the first outside zone again, very similar to the first time around. Second outside zone, enters a little bit late in it. Good on the touch and go, now transitioning over for outside zone number 4. A little bit shallow on it too. Now outside zone 5, much better this time. Transitioning over to outside zone 6. Stays wide on the big sweeper before outside zone 7, filling the zone completely. Transitioning over in the same manner across the finish line as well. So good job from William there, completing both of his runs. See, wasn't that terrible, you know? Let's see what he gets for his second run. And he doesn't even stay in the server to find it out, unfortunately. And it is the 70 for William on his second run, so that's a 10-point improvement. Very well done. Just what we like to see. That is probably also a score that's going to bring you to tomorrow's tandems, depending on, of course, all the other drivers, but it's a decent score. Next up, we're going to have Nauris Kokins from Latvia, coming up to the starting line in his BMW E46. Lining up for his first run, a name that we definitely have seen before as well in our other street races. And there he goes, the lights go green, and he flicks into the first outside zone with a little bit, it looked like a handbrake pull. Completely fills it though, decent on the second zone, now coming steady for the inside clip. Hits the cone a little bit, now into outside zone 4, a little bit shallow in it. Takes outside zone 5, taking outside zone 6 right now. A little bit of a correction just before the zone. Now a little bit of a shallower line before outside zone 7 and barely hits it too. And for outside zone 8, yeah, that could have been better as well. So it does go a little bit shallow on some zones, but overall gets it across the finish line, gets some points on the board so he can go all in for his second run. How's everybody feeling today? Without even being able to see your responses, he asked. Judge is still deliberating on the run. Oh, not anymore. And it's a 64 for Nauris for his first run. So that might be right on the edge to get into the tandems, or not enough even. Already goes for the second run. Hopefully he's going to improve, but not as good on the first outside zone this time around. Good on the second though, coming up to the touch and go. Much better this time. Doesn't hit the cone. Goes deeper. Ooh, hits the tire wall on outside zone 4. Has to do a small correction to keep in it. It does damage his line a little bit, so he didn't hit the next zone properly, but he did hit outside zone 6 very well, but not the 7. And across the finish line, so probably somewhere along the same score, if I could guess. It's just that the corrections and mistakes were made in different parts of the track this time around. So not the perfect run from Nauris there, but let's see, what does he get for his second run? Oh no, my dog really wants attention. She's just whining next to me. And I'm sitting here in the sim rig with a VR headset on, and I can't do anything about it. And it's a 54, unfortunately, for Nauris for his second run. So that's going to be 64 for him on the board. Now we're going to have Iban Torreblanca. That's a very interesting name. Number 26, if I remember correctly, from Spain. Also a name that I haven't seen before, so welcome to our series. Welcome to the race. Wishing you the best of luck in your runs. And with smoking tires across the starting line into the first outside zone, full throttle into the second one as well, coming up to the touch and go with a bit of a shallower line, a shallower angle approach, but very good line. Decent on outside zone 4 and 5 as well. 5 was just beautiful, completely filled it. Outside zone 6 as well. Really nice line on a sweeper right there, just brings it parallel to the edge line of the track, and decent on the last outside zone as well. Very confident there for Iban. Really good run, nice to see. That's how you want to introduce yourself. That's how you definitely want to introduce yourself to the series, with a decent qualifying run like that. And it's a 77 for Iman for his first run. That is a good stop, that is a good score, but let's see if he can make an even better run on the second time around. So he initiates with a lot of confidence, filling outside zone 1, transitioning over to outside zone 2 right now. Still full throttle, very good on the touch and go. Nice on outside zone 4, very close to the tire wall, taking the outside line, completely filling outside zone 5 as well. Setting and forgetting, outside zone 6, perfect on it. Very good on outside zone number 7 as well. Really liking the confidence, a little bit shallow on the last outside zone, but across the finish line, very good from even there. Definitely better than any of my runs, to be honest. $82 for the second run for Iban, so he improves his score even more, bringing it into the 80s. That is definitely a qualifying score, if I may. Next up is number 420, Edward Redmanis, which is yours truly. So it's my turn to try and set up a qualifying score, a competitive one. Wish me luck, everybody. Oh no! And I completely messed it up on the tire wall there into outside zone number 4. In my defense, my dog is resting her head on my left leg, so I really don't want to do any aggressive stop right now. Okay, let's see. Can I score on the second run, please? At least I completed the lap. I don't feel confident about this run at all, unfortunately. Don't think it was any good in particular. You see, stress gets to me as well. And judges are still deliberating on what to do with me. .38. So I'm probably the lowest qualifying score at the moment. That's a yikes. I'm definitely not qualifying. Okay, but next we're gonna have the last driver of Group C. That's gonna be number 28, Rokas Radzevičius from Lithuania. Coming up to the starting line already. Another E46 driver. Oh, he's a little bit across the line now. He probably should back up a little bit and line up to the starting line again. Oh, nope, they're just sending him off. There he goes. Let's go green. Flicking side to side. Oh, but that was a straight entry. Probably a zero already. Probably a zero already. Very late entry. He definitely crossed the starting line while his car was still straight. Missing out on outside zone number 5. Now coming up to outside zone number 6. Oh, struggling there quite a bit as well. On a very strange line there, but does hit outside zone 7 pretty well. Big angle for the finish line in the last outside zone, and it is a zero for the first run already. No judge deliberation needed there. It was already clear from the initiation, unfortunately. So let's hope Rokas can clean up the initiation and clean up the other parts of the track. Maybe this was just a practice run for him, and he's gonna go and show us everything he's got in the second run. The lights go green. Off he goes, flicks into the first outside zone correctly this time, but doesn't fill the zone entirely, leaves it early. Better on the second outside zone, a bit too deep on the touch and go, a bit too shallow on outside zone 4 now, but gets deeper to the edge of the track before outside zone 5 and fills that completely. Ooh, very interesting and big angle transition after outside zone 6. Barely touches outside zone 7, now transitioning over for the last outside zone. Could be a little bit closer to the edge of the track, but of course if you get a zero for your first run, you're definitely going a little bit more careful on your second one. So let's see, what score does he get for his second run? It's a 49 for his second run. So way better than my run, of course. Good stuff. Congratulations on his second run. And I am now going to shut down my sim rig. Maybe forever. And see you back when I'm at my desk. Test. I should be back. Gonna do a little bit of a sound check. Yeah, I can definitely hear myself. Test. I think I have a double voice. Yeah, I can hear myself double on the stream. Chat, do you hear me double? Oh no. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Well, you're not driving tomorrow, Ed. Well, duh. I've never qualified. And to be honest, if I don't qualify for a single race this season, I might as well just sell my sim rig, to be honest. I'm just embarrassing myself here. You hear me good? Okay, so I guess it was just something on my end that made me hear myself double in the stream replay. Okay, but looking at our current qualifying results, we still have Darius stopping it with an 89, then Seam in the second place with an 87, and then Iban Torreblanca, who we just seen run in Group C, is up in third place now with an 82. And on the bottom we've got Daniels Dolganos with a 34, and then myself with a 38. So yeah, definitely not proud of that score. I hope I can score better in at least some race this season. But yeah, I just can't get my game to run smoothly as well. I've invested so much in this PC already, and it's just every time when a competition comes and I look at the frame graph in Steam VR, it's just all orange and red. And in practice, it's all just green with a rare, like, orange spike. And as we all know, if Assetto can't render, in VR at least, if it can't render the refresh rate of your headset, it just defaults back to 60. And it's so bad. Excuses. It's motorsport. Yep, it is. Somehow I've just been really bad at all the events that I've ever participated in. I mean, I have qualified for a couple of races in my lifetime. Sim races, I mean. But I don't think I've ever won a battle. Cool that we participate in our own comps. Very fun to watch. Yeah, it's an interesting experience as well. I've been doing this for almost every single of our street races. I think only the first one I was doing just the driving. When I started casting, I didn't quit driving. Yeah, but usually I do have my brother here as well, who stands in for me while I have to be in the rig, and he's casting during that time. So I can get at least a little bit more practice in. But this time I did not have any chance. Okay, but now we're gonna have Sandra Bagdonaitė from Lithuania opening up Group D in her purple E46, a very confident initiation right on the edge of the track for the first outside zone, but a little bit shallower on the second, barely hits the touch and go. Big transition for outer zone 4, now a little bit shallower on the line before outside zone 5, but gets back on the perfect line, hitting the zone perfectly. Handbrake turn for outside zone number 6, no transitioned over, no transition needed, just coming into outside zone 7, a little bit shallow on outside zone 8 and across the finish line, so also definitely leaving some points on the board, but overall a solid run. Nice to see some lady drivers joining the competition as well. A very good looking pink and purple E46. I do like the livery a lot. So you see, even though it's not my favorite color, if you do a combination like this, I just can't say anything bad about it because it looks awesome. And any color you can find a way to incorporate into a beautiful looking design. And let's see what score Sandra gets for her first run. And we don't see it yet, but she's already off for her second one, flicking into the first outside zone. Not on the edge of the track this time, but very nice fill on the zone. Decent on the second one as well. Barely hitting the touch and go again, a little bit an issue with that. Ooh, right on the tire wall, edged right there. That was a millimeter from it. Now already through 5, coming up to outer zone number 6. Looking better this time around, more confident, closer to the outside edges of the track. Really well done from Sandra there. Across the finish line, it was a 63 for the second run. No, for the first run, I'm sorry. Let's see if she has improved the score on her second run. I did let's check this one out again. So close to the tire wall. You could see the rear end basically clip a little bit inside of it, so you can't really get much closer than that. Very confident and aggressive there. Love to see that. Nobody, I think, has gotten as close to that zone today yet. It's a 67 for the second run, improving her score, putting in another 67 on the board. Not in the top 10, but putting herself in 13th place at the moment. That's still decent, middle of the pack at the moment. Now, next up, Harald Valdma from Estonia in another E46. We're getting back-to-back E46s. A little bit of a later initiation, so it flicks out the rear end a little bit later. Not as deep in the second outside zone as we would like to see, and really deep inside on the inside clip. So basically a little bit outside the track limits, maybe even. Coming out to outer zones number 6 right now, a little bit of a shallower angle, but he uses that to set him up on a better line for outside zone 7 with big angle, crosses it, transitioning over for the last outside zone. Was not the perfect line, but was in the zone and across the finish line. Let's watch it in replay again. Yeah, a bit of an aggressive flick at while already inside the first outside zone. Yeah, and the touch and go. Yeah, that left a lot to be desired. That was way too close. You seen the bonnet clip through the actual cone. A little bit of an angle adjustment here after outside zone 6. Massive angle after outside zone 7. It might be a little bit outside the track edges after the transition before the last outside zone. Yeah, Sandra paid for the whole track and used it. I was not announcing my own run. I was silent. I did not say a thing. I was talking only when I was not actually doing the run. Harald representing Team VAC Racing Team from Estonia. That's also a team name that I have not heard before. And it's a 59 for his first run. So a lot of points still to be desired. Let's see if Harald can clean it up on the second run, already off the line. Flicking side by side into the first outside zone. Ooh, that was really nice and smooth for the first zone. Much better. Decent on the second one as well. Going the other way on the touch and go this time around, but very good in outside zone number 4, really close to the tire wall, completely filling the zone. Through outside zone 5, already transitioned over to 6, much better. Don't see many corrections there. Big angle coming into outside zone 7. Now let's transition over for the last zone. Yeah, this time around definitely didn't cross the line, wasn't even on it. A good run, probably got some more points for this run than the previous one. Not gonna lie, first time on competition there was some stress. Oh yeah, I know how that feels like. I've done quite a few competitions and I always get a little bit stressed. Every time. Doesn't matter if I've driven the car for hundreds of hours or not at all. $64 for Harald on his second run, so improving by 5 points on the second run. Decent score. Gets himself on the board. Let's hope that's enough to bring him into top 32. Now we've got a black and green E36 on the starting line, driven by Olav Tagakula from Team Nipet, works from Estonia, another name that we have seen before here, and a nice big angle initiation into the first outside zone, completely filling it. Same with the second one, very confident driver here, good on the touch and go, transitioning over for the fourth zone, really snappy and aggressive, big angle transition, right on the track edge before zones 4 and 5, completely filling 5, transitioning over to 6, very close to the edge there, right on the line, flirting with the track limits, going through outside zone 7, now transitioning over to 8, really good run from Olaf there. Let's watch it in the replay again. He was very aggressive in the initiation and overall kept some good angle throughout all of the track, filled all of the zones very well. Just look at it, how close he is to that outer line of the track. Really good stuff from Olaf. And here as well, wow. Nice precision driving. Just on the very edge of it. Now, if that doesn't net you some good points, I don't know what will. And it's an 84, so he puts himself at the moment in the 3rd place in the qualifier, so that definitely is a good score. Congratulations to Olaf for getting an 84. Let's see if he can do an even better run the second time around with some warmer tires when he's already gotten a better feel for the car and a nice initiation for the first outside zone. Again, no dramas, just completely filling the zones, hitting the touch and go. No adjustments whatsoever. Right on the edge. Just copying and pasting basically his run from the first to the second. Till here as well, it goes really wide on the sweeper and hits outside zone number 7 with some massive angle, transitioning over right on the edge of the track across the finish line. Another really good run from Olaf. I'm sorry. A little bit of a dry throat right there. Excuse me for a second, I'm gonna grab a glass of water. Oh, I'm already out of Monster. Already finished it. Back a new one? I don't have another one, unfortunately. Only got one. But 2 monsters, man, I am 37. I can't drink 2 monsters and survive. And Olaf gets an 86 on his second run, solidifying his 3rd place already. Really good run. To improve an 84 is insane. Speaking with almost 0 stops is hard work. Nice to hear you. Thank you. And next up, we've got Renta from Finland, from Team Reckless, already going through outside zone number 1, outside zone number 2 now. Really good angles there, very confident for the touch and go on the outside edge of the track through outside zone number 4. Solid for the outside zone number 5 as well. Knows what to do here. Finnish drivers are always really good. Going through outside zone number 7 now. Coming up to the last zone, a little bit of a shallower line there at the very end, but other than that, another really good run from Renta from Finland. Also a nice looking car there. We should organize a car show someday, you know, before or after a race. 2 monsters is your daily dose? Jeez. I can't drink 2 energy drinks and just my heart just goes insane. Like at midpoint of the second one. How many drivers have finished already? So right now we've got Renta, who is our driver number 28. So driver number 28 is doing his run at the moment. Out of 78. And it's a 76 for Ito on his first run. Let's see the second one. Nice initiation. Ooh, very wide outside the track limits, it looked like. Even right after the initiation. Might have been a 0 already. Coming for... Oh yeah, that is definitely outside the track limits. Even hit the tire wall a little bit. I guess he was just trying to go for the all-in run, since he already put a decent score on the board. At the moment, very comfortably in 7th place. Yeah, much better on the last outside zone, but unfortunately that's probably gonna be it because it looked way too wide right after the initiation. You work in a logistics company as a driver, you need them bad. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Well, if I may, I can suggest you a healthier option maybe would be some strong green tea to keep you awake. If you've heard of a drink called Chefirs, it's basically really strong green tea. Natural energy drink, if you may. And it's a 60, unfortunately, for E2 on his second run, but that's alright, because he already has a 76 on the board, 7th in a qualifying at the moment. So not worried about it. No time for tea. Well, you just prepare it in advance, you know, and bring it in a thermos with you. Yeah, that's details. Next up, we should have Artur Kula from Poland in the E36, and it looks like it is him that's already approached the starting line. He already has a few fans in the chat as well, cheering for him. Artur from Poland, from Team Griptone. Let's see what he has brought us in this qualifying session. Swinging it side to side, initiating into the first outside zone, completely filling it right on the edge of the track. Same with the second one. Very good run in the deep red E36. Going through outside zone number 4. Very nice line. Right on the edge of the track. Really close to the tire line on outside zone number 5 as well. Coming up to outside zone number 6. Keeping it on the outside with the big angles. Really nice line for him. Outside zone 7 now for the last outside zone. Just perfect. Really nice. Really well done from Artur for his first run. Went wide on all of the outer zones. Did hit the touch and go perfectly. Look at this. Really nice. Staying on the outside on the track edge between the outside zones as well. And a nice looking deep dark red, crimson even, E36. Yeah, nice run indeed. Let's see what points he gets. And that was only run 1. Drivers this smooth usually put down a decent second run as well. Not seeing the first score yet, but already off for the second. It's an 80 for the first one. Wow. Okay, for the second one goes even more aggressive on the initiation. Just flirting with track limits again. Very good on the touch and go. Transitioning over for outside zone number 4. Even closer to the edge of the track. For outside zone number 5, it looked like he's in the zone even with the front wheels. That is a massive angle there. Coming up to outside zone number 7 now, smooth and steady. Transitioning over for the last outside zone, very confident from Artur there. With 80 points already, way up there on the board. Definitely qualifying for tomorrow. Decent run. Really close to the wall there, and outer zone number 6 as well. Not a lot of drivers take that wide of a line there. Usually you see a lot of handbrakes. So people trying to slow down a little bit, because it is easy to go off track right there after the outside zone. And Artur at the moment with 80 points in the 6th place. And he gets a 90 for his second run, putting himself up in the first place of our qualifier today. Is the first 90 plus scored. The first score in the 90s, that is. Congrats to Artur. at the moment being the best qualifier. And next up, driver number 30, at least on the list, is empty. So driver number 31 should be Jons Virbicks from Latvia in an E46, another name that I have not seen before. Welcome to the race, welcome to the season. We're not seeing the name just yet on the stream, but yeah, that's him. No team representation, but a nice looking E46. Going for a handbrake initiation approach, but missing out a little bit on some parts of outer zone number 1, a little bit shallow on 2 as well. Decent on the touch and go, now transitioning over a little bit later for outside zone number 4 and taking the inside line. A little bit of a correction for outside zone number 5. Now hitting outside zone 6 now with an interesting line, has to do a little bit of correction. It looks like he straightens out and is not on a good line for the last outside zone, but across the finish line. A very interesting run. Might be the first driver that chose a straight line handbrake initiation approach, but let's see what went wrong here. Yeah, a little bit of a late transition there, and he only half filled outside zone number 4, had to correct a little bit here, and yeah, maybe transitioned a little bit too fast before outside zone number 5, and here it looked like he straightened out on when he was on outside zone number 7 already. Yeah, so it is a 0. Must have been straightened out because I didn't see any other like glaring 0 mistakes. But let's see if he can put a score on the board for the second. Is not changing the initiation approach, but much better this time around. It did look like he went one wheel outside the track. Let's see if the judges are going to be angry at that. Transitioning over for outside zone 4 now. Way closer to the edge this time around, doing a much better job going through outside zone 5, coming up to outside zone 6. Nice transition. Ooh, really close to the outside. Yeah, and that was probably outside the track limits as well. Struggling to keep on the line, missing outside zone 7. Does hit the last outside zone this time around. Is this going to be our first double 0? Unfortunately, it did look like he went just slightly outside the track limits in 2 places. Have Artur Kula have 90-point run? He had a 3-point initiation. I am not sure about that. I mean, that initiation, the run-up and the initiation is so short that I don't think there even is enough space for a 3-point run. Basically, right after you start going, you already have to start swinging your car. So unfortunate for Jons Virbicks, it's a double 0. It's our first double 0 of the day. So unfortunate for Jons. The race is over for him. Well, I hope you're going to be back for our second race and for all the other races. It happens, you know, the first time in a new competition, stress gets to you. But okay, let's see the last driver of this group, Simon Sandman from Team Awake from Sweden, who's already well established himself in the competition and in the sim drifting scene, already going through outside zone number 2, decently hitting the touch and go. Nice aggressive transition for outside zone number 4, completely filling the zone, coming over, filling outside zone 5 nicely as well, transitions over outside zone 6, completely fills it, stays on the outside line on the sweeper, completely filling outside zone 7 as well, transitioning over right on the edge across the finish line. Decent job from Simon there. Titan Simon, yeah, might be. I'm not aware of what kind of nicknames he has already gathered from all his sim races, but I've seen him around. I've seen him around a lot. It's a really nice looking bronze livery for him as well. You can see how it reflects in the sun. "77 points for Simon on his first run, putting himself in 8th place, probably solidifying his spot in tomorrow's qualifying, and going for the second run a little bit outside on the first outside zone. Decent on the second, decent on the touch and go. Now transitioning over for the fourth, another aggressive, snappy transition, keeping it smooth for outer zone number 5. Coming up to outer zone 6, again really nice on the edge of the track, on the edge of the zone, completely filling it. And the big sweeper, perfect on outer zone number 7. Really good on outer zone number 8, a little bit maybe of a shallower angle, but a really nice angle for that line, I have to say. It didn't look shallow at all, just shallower than previously. He went completely all in for the finish on that first run, it looked like, but on this one he went a little bit conservative, maybe on the last. Hard to tell from these, from the camera angles, sometimes. Let's see, yeah, he set that angle really perfect there. Just perfect for that line that he was going for. And that's all that matters. So 71 for Simon on his second run, doesn't improve, but still 77 points on the board for his first run at the moment, 8 in qualifying. Shouldn't be trouble to get into the competition. And here we see our current scores that we've got at the moment after Group D have done their runs. We have a new leader in qualifying, Artur Kula from Poland, has put down a 90-point run. And now we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I'm gonna make some tea. You guys also get some drinks, some snacks, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa la vez, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dijimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie culpa.
Alright, still like 2 minutes remaining for our break. But yeah, here's our current qualifying scores at the moment. Our top 3 is Artur Kula with a 90, Darius Strejka with an 89, and Sim Ward with an 87. So it just changed. Artur Kula in our last group scored a 90, so it's very decent for him. And we see that we do have 29 drivers already scored. So we're getting really close to finding out our drop zone. Getting close to start dropping drivers already. So I think we've got like 5 more drivers before I'm out. Let me check how many groups we do have. We've got through A, B, C, and D. Now we have E, F, G, H, I, and J groups left. So we're not even at the halfway point of the competition, almost. Next driver is going to be driver order number 33 out of 78, so we're almost at the midway point. Test. Oh, it's alright, I do hear myself in the stream very well. Once again, a big thanks to our sponsors, the best sim rig to Drift King, Slapjā Ragana, LAF, Latvian Drift Commission, DK Racing, Expert Go, Renta Pumps, MeFab Design, OCT Composites, Moist Design, and all others. Some of them are sponsors also of our real-life drift car. And in the next group, we're gonna have also some familiar returning names that we've seen quite a few times, scoring some quite good runs previously. So let's see if the next group can switch up the top 3 or at least the top 10. Yeah, there's quite a few drivers from Nieko Tokyo today here. Panas, are you also participating today? Where are you? Yes, you're in Group H. Okay, looks like we have switched to the starting line camera. So we're about to call our first driver of Group E. That's going to be Matis Slapjā, still in an E46, the car that he has been driving in all of our street competitions. He's very good with it, also driving an E46 in real life, as far as I know. Coming up to the line. Let's see, Matis Slapjā is representing our own racing team Riga from Latvia. The lights go green, he's off, swinging it, throwing it into the first outside zone, decent fill right on the edge of it, transitioning over to the second, also right on the edge of it, really close. Good on the touch and go, transitioning over to outside zone number 4. Ooh, goes quite wide there between outside zones 4 and 5, maybe even a wheel off, but decent onto outside zone number 5. Very good on outside zone number 6 as well. No deceleration that I've seen, at least from the brakes, so must have been an angled diesel. Really good on the last outside zone as well, and he's across the finish line. That's a complete run. Let's hope he wasn't too deep off the track. Or at all. Because it did look like yeah, right here. It looked like he went one wheel off. All the other parts of the track, really nothing to even nitpick from my side. Really good and solid run. And it's unfortunately is a 0 for Matis for his first run, so he has to be careful not to overcook on the second run already. Going through outside zone number 1, not stressed at all, right on the edge of it, so he knows what and when he needs to fix. Transitioning over for outside zone 4. Yep, much better this time around. Not even flirting with the line, maybe a little bit at the end, decent on outside zone 5, now 6. On the edge again, really close, still flirting with the line, not afraid to get a double 0 if it gets him into the 90s. Nice for the last zone as well, and gets it across the finish line. So very aggressive from Matis, very confident, just trusting his our handling skills and his past experiences with it. Yeah, let's see at the end here. It did look like we could, just when we started to see his right rear tire, it looked like it might be on the line, and right here he's so close to the edge of it. Really brave from Matis there. Veronica's game might crash because of semaphore. I hope it doesn't happen. Wouldn't be surprised if Latvijas gets some points at the top. He had some practice on Sunday. 79 for his second run, so he puts himself at the moment in 7th place. Pretty solid up there. I would say that is a guaranteed qualifying score already. Congratulations to Matis. Oh, you meant last Sunday on the real track. I see, I see. And next up, we have Daniels Thomas Perziņš in the E46, already on the line, already going for his first run. Decent initiation, a little bit shallow on the end of outside zone 1. Decent on outside zone 2, hitting the touch and go as intended. Now outside zone 4, really good and close to the edge of the track. Smooth and steady through outside zone 5 as well. Transitioning over to outside zone 6, a little bit of handbrake pull just to get the line going, but stays in a very good outside line to hit outside zone 7. Now for the last 8th outside zone and the finish line. Good for Daniels on his first run. Let's see what points he gets. Official RTR rulebook says 1 wheel off is 2 points deduction, 2 wheels 5 points. 3 wheels, 10 points. So if I remember correctly, previously, in previous seasons, it's 1 wheel off and you're out. What is that rule book? Yeah. Might have been that you're 2 wheels off and you're out. So that's not in the PDF. So it's a 71 for Daniels for his first run. Very decent. Let's see, can he get into the top 10 on his second, already initiating. And again, some issues on outside zone number 1. Exits and enters it nicely, but in the middle wasn't completely filling it. Decent on the touch and go now already for outside zone number 4. Even closer to the track edge this time around, now filling outside zone number 5. Transitioning over to 6, a handbrake pull again. Puts himself on a really good outside line on the sweeper. A bit of a shallower angle to take it, but completely clears it. And same with the last zone as well, perfectly clears it really well. This one, you probably try to paste a link and that probably doesn't work in this chat. Don't quote me on that though. Yeah, so 2 wheels off is a 0 in quali. And during the tandems, you can protest the judge's decision, but you have to do it immediately after the score gets announced. While you're still in the server, you have to do it in the in-game chat. So you can't protest in a YouTube chat or in Discord. You have to do it immediately after the score gets announced in the in-game chat. So that is the only way that you can protest your run. We've been telling this basically every race. And people still try and protest in Discord and try and protest in the YouTube chat. So please, if you want to protest anything, do it immediately after the result gets announced and do it in the in-game chat. Armand, you can't protest here. You protest on the protest? Oh, you. What's up, Armand? How you doing today? Are you ready for a very good run? Okay, but next, we're gonna see another Nieko Tokyo driver, Veronika Simelate from Lithuania, in another pink, really good looking car, this time an E36. Struggling a little bit on the first outside zone, entered it nicely but shallowed out and exited it way too early, struggling on the second as well. Decent on the touch and go coming up to outside zone number 4. It looks like she's found the grip in the car to do what she wants to do. Decent on outside zone number 5. Now transitioning over to outside zone number 6. good on the sweeper, maybe on a bit of outside of it, so puts herself on a bit of a bad line for outside zone number 7. Barely touches it. Yeah, definitely leaves points on the board to be desired, but let's hope she can fix the issues in the second run, now that the first run is already behind and the points are on the board and the grip is in the hands already. Yeah, but you see, it looks like all you have to do for a pink livery to look good is add some other colored accents to it. It can even be a different shade of pink, you know? And it immediately looks better than just a plain pink, in my opinion. Arman's got a really good sunburn yesterday, so already on fire. Okay, Veronica gets 47 for her first run. Let's hope for an improvement on the second run. And she puts Daniels Delganovs on the chopping block, so he's our first drop zone driver, but Veronica already is going for her second run. Much better this time around on the first zone and the second one as well. Maybe not completely filling them, but much smoother and with no corrections. Ooh, and something happened there in the transition before outside zone number 4, and unfortunately does slide right into the tire wall and straighten out and zeroes out her second run. So didn't get back on throttle on time and had just a bit too much speed. Yeah, it's nice to see ladies getting into the competition as well. They definitely can drive. Yeah, but unfortunate, 47, that might not be enough to get you into tomorrow's competition, but we'll see. Next up, we should have Mantas Saviskas from Lithuania in an E36. There he is, coming up to the starting line already. And as the lights go green, he does not start his run, so we did introduce a new semaphore this season to try and fix some issues with people not seeing it last season, but it looks like something is still wrong on Mantas' side. So he's the first one to not see the semaphore, but off he goes. Initiating into the first outside zone, maybe a little bit carefully there, but ooh, sets himself up on a not the best line for the second outside zone, does hit the touch and go as needed, and is decent on outside zone number 4 as well, coming up to outside zone 5. And transitioning for OZ6, hits the wall and has to correct it a little bit, loses some of that angle and speed. Now back for OZ7, transitioning over for the last outside zone. Not really that close to the track edges, not maybe the best run, but that will be points on the board. So at least something, and let's hope that Mantas can keep it together for the second run. Fix those mistakes. Low graphics, and he can see that. That's interesting. Yeah, lighting effects, it was previously. I don't know if it's still based on lighting effects, because this is a new semaphore. Still, it's a 48 for Mantas for his first run, so not bad. At least gets some points on the board. Veronica had the same problem. Okay, so we probably should do some like experimenting with low graphics settings to see what happens then. Yeah, it looks like he's off for his second run already, gets sent off manually from the chat. A little bit missing out for the first outside zone, but clears the second one much better this time around. Very good on the touch and go. Ooh, very wide on the fourth outside zone and makes the same mistake as Veronica in her second run. Hits the tire wall, goes a little bit too fast into that one. It is a bit of a scary turn because you pick up a lot of speed and you need to get rid of all of that speed basically right before and while into that zone. So that is unfortunately going to be a 0 for Mantas for the second run. But still, he has a 48 on the board, so with some luck, might be enough to get into tomorrow's qualies, but we'll see. You think you can go out and chill before your qualifying run in Group I? Well, actually not a bad idea. You might be winning there by calming your nerves down, you know? Not having any competition stress. Okay, but up next we're gonna have Ian Johnson from Ireland, also a returning driver to our series. We've seen him put up a lot of good runs, decent into outside zone 1, very wide, filling all of the zones, coming up to the touch and go, completely clearing it. Now nice brave transition and right on the edge of the track for outside zone 5. Just not missing a beat, sets it and forgets it for outside zone 6. Same story, keeps it on the edge of the sweeper, coming up to outside zone number 7. Again, no dramas in the Bahamas for Ian. Very nice and confident run here from him. We've seen him qualify first in our races before already. We've seen him have a perfect event even. I think it was him. I don't think it was Mark from his team as well. And very good handling on the E46. Unfortunately, I tried to get his E46 setup last season and we threw around it as a joke, but I still didn't get it. So Ian, if you're listening, help a brother out. Maybe that's what's holding me back from scoring a 90 plus. The setup that I was using today, I got this week. I think from Moist. Yeah, I'm using Moist setup. So I'm not really used to it. Maybe that's the reason also why I scored it low. Time to buy a new PC. It's not really easy to afford these days. 84 for Ian for his first run, puts himself up in the 5th place at the moment. Let's see if he can hit that 90 plus that we've seen him do before. Already sliding right off the starting line, completely filling outside zone number 1. Very good at outside zone 2 as well. A bit too close to the touch and go, I think. And ooh, very aggressive transition with massive angle for outside zone 4. Now outside zone 5. Very good. Now, oh, went a little bit too deep for outside zone 6 and hits the concrete wall. That's a first today. Yeah, Ian was just going for the 100% completion for the 100-point run. I really liked his approach for outside zone 4. Unfortunate that he hits the wall here. Well, but 84 points still in 5th place, very comfortably for tomorrow's tandems. I mean, if that score doesn't get you in, then this is already a pro league. On Triple monitors with 9070 XTs begging for mercy. Who put that wall there? I didn't. I think it was Jetta who put it there. Okay, but next, let's see Piotr Czechowicz from Poland, from Team Kamimoto. Something happened there, the lights went green, he started, but then he stopped. So some technical issues again. Jetta did put that wall there. Okay, let's see, Piotr already finally going. Ooh, a bit wide on the initiation, but decent on the outside zone. A little bit shallow entry on outside zone number 2. Hitting the touch and go, transitioning over for outside zone 4. Really close to the tire wall, very confident there. A bit of a shallower angle, but does that to stay on a good line there. Clears outside zone 6 as well, transitioning over a little bit shallower on the line there before outside zone 7 and 8 as well, but across the finish line, at least gets himself some score on the board, hopefully. Yeah, I really wish Assetto Corsa had like BeamNG type physics where you can just dent your car a bit in that concrete wall situation and just continue your run. It's nice to see the international drivers also having some fans and supporters come in the chat and supporting them all. Thank you all for joining us to watch even a qualification of a race. You know, that's not something that a lot of people do, just watch a qualification of a race. But here you all are, and we're grateful for that. Okay, but Piotr already going for his second run. We don't know what his first run was. Better on initiation, doesn't look like he went outside the track limits, but again enters a bit early on outside zone number 2. Hits the touch and go, now transitioning over for outside zone 4, a little bit shallower this time. Again, a little bit of a less of an angle approach here for outside zone number 5, but decent outside zone 6. Look at this, he's really close to the edge of the track, but goes a little bit more on the inside just before outside zone 7, now outside zone 8. Very well done, better than the previous time, and it was a 63 points for his first run. So, chat, how do you think? Did he improve from 63? I think it's going to be a little better, like a 69. Six, 7? I said it. 56, so he doesn't improve his score unfortunately, but 63 points is still a pretty decent score. Might be even enough for tomorrow's tandems as well. Let me just look over, and yeah, it puts himself at the moment in 26th place. Oh, I kind of missed myself getting eliminated from the tandems already, but yep. We've got Mantas Savickas on the drop zone right now with 48 points. So let's see if Klaidas Ragainis from Lithuania from Team VLDC can eliminate Mantas. A Lithuanian battle in the qualification. Decent fill on the outside zone 1. Now also on the outside zone 2. A little bit of a correction before the touch and go, but completes it. Really good on outside zone number 4, right on the edge. Now goes a little bit shallow on the inside before outside zone 5, but gets back on the line for the outside zone. Now for the 6, decent as well on the outside edge of the tire marks there. A lot of angle after outside zone 7, so he loses some speed like that, but still puts himself on a really good line for the last outside zone and for crossing the finish line. So that is definitely points on the board for Klaidas. Sorry if you're not following all the time. You have the stream on your TV and doing your university stuff on your PC. Dude, don't worry about it. Real life first, entertainment second. You don't have to apologize for anything. You are the track creator, you know? Thank you for all the work you're putting in. 68 points for Klaidas on his first run, so he eliminates the previous drop zone driver, putting Rokas Radzevičius, another Lithuanian, on the drop zone. Do we have a spot for Vaidas? I am not sure if we have any spots, but I guess Edgars could answer that. Okay, but Klaidas already on his second run, a little bit too deep on the touch and go and transitioning really on the outside for outside zone number 4. Keeps it on the outside all the way through outside zone 5 as well. Decent transition for outside zone 6, just the tiniest handbrake pull to lose some of that speed. A lot of angle again, and a massive flick for the last outside zone. Not afraid at all. Really good run. Everybody is so smooth with these cars. Honestly, I'm ashamed to score 34 and come back and talk to you all guys, because it looks like everybody here can put down a heater of a run. And then there is me who put up a completely miserable one. But still, you're stuck listening to my yapping. Let's see, Klaidas, does he improve his score on the second run? Honestly, all he needs is 1 point improvement to get him to my perfect favorite score at 69. 74. So that is a bigger improvement, a 6-point improvement for Klaidas. That is very good. Improves his standing on the board. And it looks like he was the last driver of Group E. Now we're gonna have Group F join the server. And let's look at the scores at the moment. We've got Artur Kula in the first place, still with the 90-point run, with the only score that's in the 90s. Darius Ostreika second with 89 and Simbor third with 87, so our top 3 remains unshaken. At the moment, our drop zone is Rokas Radzevičius with 49 points, followed by Vladislavs Pupais also with 49 points. So the drop zone is growing fast. 5 more drivers get dropped and we're already in the 60s. Let me take a look at the next group already. Do I recognize some names? Yes, I do recognize some names. I do indeed recognize some names. There's also some names that I have not seen before in our competition. And some of them I'm practicing how to pronounce right now in my head. Because they're definitely not the easiest ones. People would think that a good English is the most important to be a caster. Nah, you need to be able to read really hard names and surnames very well on the fly. Now that is the skill.
Baby, sigue que lo escuché el vecino atrás. Let's hop and crash. Y si preguntan la que hay, she want it, I got it, y acabo de fixar. Let's go to cat, la partidita al solitario. You're all around, yeah, yeah, yeah. Eso que tiene duplicado, yeah, yeah. Muévemelo para el otro lado, yeah.
Yeah, something is wrong with the semaphore in the flames. It looks like people discussing that at the moment in the Discord. So yeah, while we wait, feel free to check the description of the stream where we've got links to all our socials. Join the Discord server if you want to get in yourself into the drift race action for the next race. This is only the first race of the season. So even though you'd be missing out on points, if you're a good driver, it's definitely not impossible to get up there with just one race missed. So you can still register for the season. No problem with that. We see drivers of the next group already in. Also continue following this YouTube channel if you want to see updates on our real-life drift car. We've already done one event. A video for that should be coming up. I honestly don't know when, but it should. And again, a big thanks to our sponsors of this race. Biggest one being Best Sim Rigs, who are going to give an actual sim rig for the first place winner of the season. Thanks to Latvia Drift and Latvian Automobiļu Federation as well for giving 3 tickets to the next IRL street race in Latvian League, or the 3 top qualifying Latvian drivers of each race. So you can go to the race, meet the team, get some pictures with the car. Will the E46 kit be added for round 2? Ooh, that is a good question. I don't know the answer to that. It would be cool, but no. Yeah, we'll try to get it happen. I'm getting told in my ear, but can't promise anything. But we're gonna work and try to make it happen. The team has been thinking about it. The guys definitely put in a lot of time and effort to get the car going for the first race of the season. We could add compacts for the second round. Well, the compact at the moment is on DCGP physics, so we would need to like transfer it over to these physics and so on. But you know, it's not a terrible idea, to be honest. Would be fun. Did any one of you in chat go and watch the first street race of the season? Or basically the opening event of the season last weekend? And we see Andres in a semaphore lining up to the start line. Ooh, and a bright green E36 with a massive wing comes up to the starting line, and it's Arkadiusz Michniak from Poland from Team Proximitor Academy. So a team with a lot of good drivers and very serious approach to the game. Really good. Outers on number 1, a little bit of a shallower angle, but much better on the second outside zone. Now smooth and steady for the touch and go. A nice and confident transition for outside zone 4, now into 5. Angle loses a little bit of angle at the end of it, but still gets back on the line. Nice on the outside line of the tire marks there for outside zone 7, completely fills it. And across the finish line, nice looking car as well. Another Rome Charpentier inspired car, it looks like, even with the underglow this time around. And that spoiler is something just something on an E36 that you don't really see that often. Looks good though. It is very similar to the spoiler that we have on the Compat, isn't it? So a decent run from Arkadiusz from Poland. $66 points for Arkadiusz in the first run. Let's see. Probably needs some more points to get into the tandems tomorrow. It starts to look like that already. Okay, off for the second run already. Way more confident and better for the first outside zone already. Right on the line for the second as well. Good for the touch and go. Now transitioning over. Ooh, really nice for outside zone number 4. Right on the edge, basically clipping through the tire wall. Now transitioning over for outside zone 6. Wheels don't get locked up, so not using any handbrake there, just confident with the angle. Transitioning over for the last outside zone and across the finish line. Probably a points improvement, if it would be up to me. Oh, nice. So we at least had someone in the race last weekend. Seen the car, met Edgars, had a chat. Nice, nice, nice. How did you like the car? Unfortunately a 0 on the second run, so I'm wondering what went wrong there. Might have just... Right, I'm getting a message in my ear that it might have been 2 wheels off in the fourth outside zone, unfortunately. Yeah, he was really close to the wall. He basically merged with it. Okay, but next, another Polish driver, Viktor Janowski from Team Sione Hockey. Or Sion. I don't know. Okay, but the light goes green. And he flicks into the first outside zone, keeping in it for the entirety of it, completely filling that. And the second, decent hit on the touch and go, now transitioning very well for the fourth outside zone. Coming up to the fifth, really nice, taking the outside line everywhere, locks up the tires a little bit to lose some speed here, but still keeps it on the edge of the track. Really nice fill on 7th outside zone, and now for outside zone 8. Decent across the finish line. Should be some decent points for Viktor as well. Car looks amazing. Yeah, it does. I've seen the pictures of the body kit as well. I like it a lot. I wish they had a sedan version so I could put it on my E46 IRL. Nice run from Viktor there, as we've seen in the replay. And it's a 73 for the first run, and he's off for the second one already. Decent fill in the first outside zone again. No dramas on initiation. Good for the second outside zone. Decent on the touch and go. Transitioning over for the fourth. Right on the track edge again. Really good run from Viktor. Just back-to-back solid runs. That's what you want to see. Ooh, really close to the concrete wall and hits it and straightens out. So the concrete wall on outside zone 6 has claimed its second victim for the day. Oh, it was an inspiration from Rome Charpentier. Aha. Yeah, that was a really good one. I liked it a lot. Now I need to change the sedan to coupe. If only I could. Well, I probably can somehow, but it's gonna be pretty expensive. You know how much an E46 coupe costs. So I could sell my sedan and buy a coupe, but I would definitely need to spend a lot more money on it. Oh, you didn't even put that wall there, you only changed the paint for it so we can see it better. Okay, well then that must be the original track creator. Okay, but next up we're gonna have Andrzej Orekho from Ukraine from Team Riga. It's the team that is also our main sponsor for his race, so Andrzej goes for a really decent run. Oh, a little bit too deep on the touch and go, but now transitioning over for outside zone 4. Also not completely in the zone as well. Half fills it. Same with outside zone 5. Now transitioning over. Ooh, really close to the concrete wall right there on the very outside of the big sweeper now. Hitting outside zone 7 very well. Transitioning over for 8. Nice. Let's see it in the replay again. Yeah, something went wrong after the second outside zone. Didn't have enough speed or something, but yeah, went right through the touch and go. So definitely leaving some points to be desired, and did hit the concrete wall there. That was really close. Yeah, I just need money. Easy, but it's not that easy. Anybody want to sponsor my E46 coupe, please? $59 points for Andrzej on his first run. Let's see if he can improve it. At the moment, drop zone is Jason Shelton with 52 points. And Andrzej has put him there. But 59 points is also very close to the drop zone. A little bit shallower on the first outside zone, but decent fill on the second this time around, and much better on the touch and go. Now let's see. Fourth outside zone, really close to the tire wall. Might also be one tire off, I don't know. Good for the fifth zone, and transitioning over for the sixth. Doesn't hit the concrete wall, but doesn't completely fill the zone either. Outside on the big sweeper, hits outside zone 7, transitioning over for the last one now, and decent across the finish line. Good run. Didn't make the same mistakes as previously, but did not went to the absolute edge of every zone. So that's some points lost there for sure, but since he did not have any like big corrections in angle, I would imagine that this run is definitely considered smoother than the previous run, so probably gonna score higher as well. Also cool to see the sponsors of this race also forming a team and participating in the race proactively. Really nice of them, and really nice of them to sponsor this event as well. Thanks again. And Andrzej gets a 60 for his second run, so improving his score a little bit at least. But that is dangerously close to the drop zone. He will need a lot of luck to qualify with that score for tomorrow. And next we have another Ukrainian driver, Yuri Kit, from a different team, from Duhari Racing Team, in a Ukrainian flag livery themed E36. Up the starting line, swinging it in for the first outside zone, right on the track edge. That was beautiful in first zone. Second, really nice as well. Very good on the touch and go, going a bit faster than other drivers, it feels like. Very good in outside zone 4, completes outside zone 5 as well, keeps it smooth, big angle transition for outside zone 6, keeping it in the middle of the sweeper, completely filling outside zone 7, transitioning over to the last zone. Does not get on the very edge at the very end there, but a really solid line, really solid run nevertheless. I'm already nitpicking at this point, since the rest of the run was really nice, aggressive, really confident driving from Yuri. .71 for Yuri for his first run, so let's see if he can find the points of improvement and bring his score even higher up in his second run, as the lights are already green and he's going for the second run. Another really good fill on outer zone number 1, decent on the second as well, very good on the touch and go, aggressive transition over for outside zone 4. Taking an outside line approach for the sweeper before 4 and 5, now already on the 6. Massive angle, a little bit shallower on the line there, but gets back on the correct line for outside zone 7 and now 8 on the very edge of it, better than the last time around. So let's hope he has improved his score up from a 71. Of course, getting too high for your liking and you don't like it. Yeah, it's always a nail biter if you score a run that you think is gonna qualify, but then people start putting down heaters and you're just stuck here watching the drop zone slowly go up. You don't even have to drive anymore today and you're still stressing, you know? Oh wait, Nauris, did you drive yet? Or didn't you? 85 for Yuri on his second run, so that is a massive improvement. More than 10 points, puts himself in 5th place at the moment. Very good, very well done from Yuri. You'll be able to see the drop zone for your group. Okay, next up already Daniel Kvasha from Israel from Team EDF, already on the line. With some big angle transitions initiating, but goes a little bit too deep and it looked like 2 wheels out the track limits. Goes a little bit deeper on the touch and go as well. Very good on outside zone number 4 though. Very good on 5 as well. Now transitioning over to 6. Fills that very well. No handbrake pulls there, just controls the angle. Completely fills outside zone 7 and a good transition for the last zone as well. So yeah, it might be at least 1 wheel, if not even 2, off the track in the first zone. He did go through the cone for the touch and go. Definitely some points lost here and there, but I did like the confidence. So judge is still deliberating, can't decide, and it's a 65, so it's very close to the drop zone. So Daniel definitely is looking for some improvements if he wants to solidify his position in tomorrow's tandems and initiating, and again goes a bit too wide at the very beginning right after initiation, but cleans it back up immediately, gets back in the zone and is not off track anymore. Very aggressive into outer zone 4 now, looked like right on the edge of the track there. Good on outside zone 5 as well. Very close to the wall on outside zone 6. This time taking a bit of a wider line approach for outside zone number 7. Completely fills it and really good on outside zone 8 and across the finish line. Fingers crossed for Daniel that he did improve his score, because I do think that he made the same mistake at the beginning twice. It was just not that bad this time around in the second run. All the other parts of the track I really did like his approach to. Here we can see he goes basically the middle of the tire marks there, but completely fills the zone because he throttles up a little bit more, gets some speed going and gets back on a good line. $79 points, so it's another great improvement in the second run that we've seen from Daniel Kvasha, and he puts himself in the 9th place at the moment, tied with Matis Slācis, who's in 10th with 79 at the moment. Good stuff. So Daniel definitely solidifying his position for tomorrow. Next up should have been Iskander Mursalov, but if I read Discord correctly, he has to go and he is not going to be able to participate today. I hope I didn't mix him up with someone else. Yes, I was right. So we have Konstantin Sviripa from Ukraine, another BS Rig team driver, going for his first run. Really good on outside zone number 2, transitioning over for the second one now. Solid, completely fills it. Decent on the touch and go. Now confident transition for outside zone 4. Not flirting with track limits, but setting up a good solid run with a good decent line. Okay, much closer to the track edges for outside zone 6. Does not go that close in outside zone 7, but gets back on the track edge on outside zone 9 and across the finish line. Oh wow. I'm already getting a bit tired from all this talking. It's 15 minutes to 4 p.m, so it's what, like 3.5 hours of almost non-stop talking already. Decent job from Konstantin here. Let's see what the judges say. $68 for his first run. Also really close to the drop zone, which at the moment is 63. And it's Piotr Czechovic that's on the drop zone. But okay, let's see. Konstantin on his second run, leaving outside zone 1 a little bit early, but sets himself up very well for the second outside zone, hits the touch and go, transitioning over for outside zone 4. Really good job there, right on the edge of the track. Now for outside zone 5 as well, same story. Transitioning over to outside zone 8, does the tiniest handbrake pull to keep himself on the line. Very good line here, just completely fills outside zone 6 and then 7, but not outside zone 8. Does hit it, but does not completely fill it. So let's see if that is an improvement on points or not. Overall, I did like the confidence. I did like that he was actually going for a good run, not trying to be conservative with it. Yeah, could have been a bit closer to the line there, to the track edge line there on the last zone. 80 points for the second run. 80 points, so another massive 12-point improvement, putting himself up in the 9th place at the moment. Very good job from Konstantin there. And now we're gonna have our last driver of Group F, who's gonna be Balog Akos from Hungary. I hope I pronounced that right. I know that Hungarian is a really difficult language. He's representing Team MSK. And the lights turn green, and he goes off for his first quali run, swinging it in outside zone 1, goes a little bit wide there, maybe even a tire off. Good on outside zone 2. Now, barely hitting the touch and go though, was very close to it, but decent on outside zone 4, right on the edge of the line there. Good fill on outside zone 5 as well. Decent on outside zone 6. No handbrake pulls, really close to the track edge now. Has to angle up a little bit now, a small angle correction there, and last outside zone across the finish line. Well done from Balog. Welcome to the race, welcome to the series. Haven't seen your name before, I think. A really nice looking livery as well. The pink and purple and the black. Very well done. Yeah, he had a little bit of a shallow angle there just before outside zone 7. So that's interesting. He had to do a little bit of a correction. So does he move Piotr Czechovic outside of the race? He does with a 65. So he puts Nauris Kokins, who with 64 points on the drop zone, but with 65 points, you're right there on the drop zone yourself, maybe in the next run or two. But okay, decent on the first outside zone, on the second one as well, coming up to the touch and go, does hit it this time, but barely as well. Again, sets himself up very well for outside zone 4 though, and the 5th big angle fully clearing. Ooh, very close to the concrete wall on outside zone 6. Staying on the outside of the sweeper for outside zone 7. Looked a bit better this time around, and confidently across the finish line there, through the last outside zone as well. So in my opinion, an improvement, but by how much? Almost nailed the name. Sorry, I know Hungarian is a difficult language. 71 points for Balog. So puts himself, secures himself in a better spot. Hopefully that's going to be tandems for him tomorrow, and that's the end of Group F. Now, we only have 4 groups remaining, G, H, I, and J. And that's 8 drivers for the first 3 of them. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers for the last one of them. So that is what, 3 times 8, 24. So we have 30 more drivers left. And our drop zone is already 64. So yeah, I think the drop zone is probably going to be somewhere in the high 70s, if not even 80s. But yeah, let's see. Let's see about that. At the moment, our top 3 is unshaken. We had some new appearances in our top 10. And our drop zone at the moment is 64 points. So that is already getting up there. Right, chat. How are you all feeling today? I'll be back in a second. am back. We got drivers of the next group already in the server practicing, getting a few laps in for their qualifying runs. Let's see, any more recognizable names in the next group? Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of these drivers around. Nice. It's really nice to see that we're getting so many drivers in this season's first race. Almost 80 registered drivers. We've got 79 at the moment. And we did have a spot for Vaidas, so he is in 79th already at the moment. Last qualifier today. So yeah, people trying to get in the competition even on the competition day. They're that eager to run in our street race. I got an early Christmas gift just now. Let's see if it helps me drive better in the next one. Almost all E36 group for this one. Is it? Yeah, there's 2 E46s. Do we have a group that's just E36s? No, it doesn't look like. No. So they've been spread out. All right, but we're starting our next qualifying group with Anvar Valdok from Estonia in the E36 already on the starting line. And the light's already green and he's going for it with a very nice looking Valvoline livery. Decent fill on the first outside zone. And now for the second, very nicely done as well. Good on the inside clip, transitioning over to fourth. Could be a little bit closer to the edge of it, but still good line. At least not risking hitting the tire wall there. Ooh, was risking there on outside zone 6. Almost hit the concrete wall, was very close to it. Very good fill on outside zone 7, completely. And a little bit further from the edge of the track at the very end of it. Decent run though. A very good professional looking livery on the car. Decent run overall, definitely scores himself some points, but if the drop zone is going to continue trending up as high as it will, then drivers are gonna have to start showing up with better and better runs, you know, to get to the tandems. So we need to start nitpicking already, and it's 64 for Anvar Valdok at the moment, but it's the same amount that is already on the drop zone, so he definitely wants an improvement to solidify himself a spot in the tandems tomorrow. Now, nice initiation, filling outside zone 1 completely. Good for outside zone number 2 as well, right on the line. Very nice on the touch and go. Transitioning over to 4. Again, could be a little bit closer to the edge of the line, but doesn't make any adjustments, just keeps it smooth. Better do that than do massive corrections. A little bit of a shallower angle just before outside zone 7, but angles it up to completely fill it, and ooh, goes a little bit maybe outside the track limits there at the very end and hits the last tire wall. Luckily he doesn't spin, so he only straightens out, but that's already across the finish line. So interesting, what will the judges say about this as well? Yeah, outside zone 4, Anwar needed to go a little bit deeper. 5 as well. You could see that his wheels are basically in the middle part of the zone. So here on the big sweeper you have to keep a lot of speed, and then you have to drop some of it for this last zone after the transition. So it's not an easy thing to do, and it is unfortunately a 0, so it must have been that wall tap at the end. Not the wall tap, but the fact that he went 2 wheels off to get the wall tap. So he does score himself 64, putting himself very close to the drop zone. And with 29 drivers remaining still in the qualifier, it's gonna be a hard ask qualify with that score. Okay, but next, another BS Rig team driver, Christian Kuras from Poland this time, representing. Nice outside zone 1, transitioning over for the second one, a little bit shallow on the line there, and a little bit too deep in result for the touch and go. Decent on outside zone 4, could be a bit closer as well. A tiny correction there to get himself closer to the track edge before outer zone 5. Decent fill on 6. Coming up to outer zone number 7 now. Good fill on that too. Nice transition over across the finish line. A bit of a careful run, wasn't, at least at the end of it. At the beginning he was initiated really close to the track edge. Had to do a little bit of a correction after outer zone 2 because he exited it a bit early. Here you've seen that the wheels moved a little bit, the front ones, and the car basically stayed at the same movement direction for a bit, so needed a small correction there as well.
You're acting kind of weird. You're being too nice.
Such a pain to close my eyes.
63 points for Christian for his first run, so that is not enough to bring him into top 32 at the moment. So he does need an improvement. Decent on outside zone 1 again. Now for outside zone 2 again, maybe struggling a little bit, but better on the touch and go this time around. Now let's see outside zone 4. Yeah, that's more like it, closer to the edge of the track. Smoother through outside zone 5 this time around as well. Ooh, that was risky for the concrete wall on outside zone 6. Comes so close to it. Outside zone 7 does not completely fill it. Only halfway with the wheels. And he teleports to pits immediately, so I hope that's not a 0. Because it is suggested to, you know, straighten out, park yourself in the designated area where you should be awaiting for your score. Hello from Serbia and good luck to drivers. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the competition. How's the weather in Serbia? And 60 points unfortunately for Christian, so does not improve his score with the second run and does not get in the qualifying, does not get into the tandems for tomorrow. So unfortunate, but I hope we're gonna see you back for the next race and for the remaining of the series as well. It's not over till it's over, you know. There's plenty more races to come. Okay, but next in another E36 we've got Rytis Klimašauskas from Lithuania. lined up on the starting line already. And taking off from the green lights and going really off track right at the initiation. That did look like two wheels off, for me at least. Goes a bit too deep for the touch and go. Very good for outside zone number 4. That was brave. Testing the limits, I guess. Now for outside zone number 6. Yeah, that was also really close to the concrete wall. Very well done. For outside zone 7, barely hits it somehow. And for outside zone 8, really on the very limits of the track. So I guess he just knows that it's a 0 for the first run, and he's just testing the track limits, you know, just seeing what he can do. Preparing for his next run. Another fade livery. I do love the fades. That is my favorite thing to do with the livery. Just 2 colors, base colors, fading. So let's see if that initiation mistake for Ritus brought his run to a 0. Judge is still deliberating, so it's not an instant 0. Yeah, and it's a 59, so it was not a 0. But it is not enough to bring him in the top 32 as well, so he does need an improvement. Anything about 64 will do for the time being, of course. But the higher the better, of course. Let's go green. He goes up for his second run. Flicking it over into outside zone 1, goes a bit more careful, but misses a lot of outside zone 1 this time around. Hits the second one, a bit better on the touch and go this time around. Again, brave on the outside zone 4, but not as close to the outside lines. Decent on outside zone 6 as well, at least no corrections between them. A tiny handbrake pull to set him on a good line for outside zone number 7. Fills it with the rear wheels up to the middle of it and almost to the edge of the track in outside zone 8 as well. So that is definitely also points, but there were some bigger mistakes and definitely wasn't at the edge of the track limits on all of the zones. Outside zone 4 was very close. Outside zone 5 looked good from this angle as well. The outside zone 6, probably the best zone from this run. '63, so it is an improvement, but a tiny improvement, but a not enough big improvement to get him in tomorrow's competition. So unfortunately, that's going to be race over for Ritus this time. Let's hope to see him back on the next race and the entire series as well. Unfortunate. All right, we are waiting for something at the moment. What are we waiting for? And now we're gonna immediately go to Enk Amgalan from Mongolia from Team Epic Sim Racing, doing his first quali run. Already at outside zone number 4. Decent fill on it, but goes in a bit of a shallower line after it, but fills outside zone 5 completely. Also good on outside zone 6, but a really shallow line after the zone, but does set himself up for zone 7 very well. And same for the last zone, maybe one wheel off at the very end there, but decent run anyways. Let's look at the beginning. Does go a bit wide, one wheel on the track edge at least. Very good on the touch and go. Yeah, he went for the correct line for outside zone 4, but I guess the speed wasn't enough, and he exited a bit early, didn't completely fill it. Filled it up to like 70%. Anyways, that is a lot. In his last zone, he goes just all in, right on the line, maybe a millimeter over it. Maybe. So 58 points for Henk Amgalan for his first quali run, or Mongolian driver. Going for his second attempt now. Oh, again, a little bit deeper on initiation, but cleans it up at the very end of outside zone 1, taking outside zone 2 right now. Very good. Good in touch and go as well. Aggressive flick for outside zone number 4. Keeping it on the track limits all the way through outside zone 5 as well, transitioning over to outside zone 7, a bigger handbrake pull, and again setting himself up for a bit of a shallower and a different line approach, but very good in outside zone 7 anyways, and same with 8. So yeah, a bit of an interesting line choice after outside zone 6. Takes it a bit more shallower, but somehow he sets it up perfectly for outside zone 7. Outside zone 5 was completely filled. Yeah, let's see, he goes very shallow on the beginning of the tire marks there, but from this camera angle it at least looks very good in outside zone 7.
You are the
59 points, so it is an improvement, a 1-point improvement, but again, not enough to get in the tandems. So unfortunate for Henk. Let's see you back in our other races. We've seen him in our previous series, and we've seen him in our off-season races as well, so no doubt he's going to be back at it again. Already a regular in this competition. Next up should be Juan Jorges from Spain, from Team Escuco Black. Already lined up to the starting line in the E46. Off he goes. Nice initiation into the first outside zone, maybe a bit wide at the beginning of it, but very well at the very end. Big angle for the touch and go, now transitioning over for outside zone 4 aggressively, keeping it on the outside part of the track on the very line for outside zone 5, going through outside zone 6 with no handbrake, just angles all the speed out that's needed. Big angle for outside zone 7 as well, now transitioning confidently for the last outside zone and across the finish line. Good run from Juanan. Very smooth here. Yeah, absolutely no corrections that I could see, at least. Just completely finds the correct angle every single time. $80 points, so puts himself at the moment in the 9th place. Very well done. Let's see if he can get himself maybe in the 90s with the second run. Good initiation, so it doesn't go outside the track limits even with a single wheel on the first zone, now already through the second and the touch and go. Very nice there on the line after outside zone 4. keeping it steady all the way through 5 as well, right on the line, coming up to 6, so clean. Very well done, very confident about his car. And what a run from Huanan there. That I would give this a 90 plus, wouldn't you? Maybe could have taken a bit of a different line for outside zone 2, but it might have been just the camera angle that we're seeing it from, honestly. Other than that, absolutely no corrections. Setting on the angle immediately after the transition, not making any corrections to keep the angle going. '84, so even improving his score, putting himself in the 6th place at the moment, tying with Ian Johnson, who's in 7th, with another 84. So good job from Huanan. Another of our regular drivers that we've seen over and over again, participating in our series and off-season races. Next up, we should be having Artjoms Šestakos from Latvia. Another local Latvian driver. Up to the starting line and already going for his first run attempt. Swinging it in and initiating a little bit to be left to be desired for the first zone. But decent fill in the second, about 70%. Oh, and way too deep on the touch and go. And that did look like basically half car off the track, so I think that is definitely going to be a 0, but Artyom still finishes out his run, puts on a bit of a show, and just tests out the grip and the track limit to be able to put up a better run for the second one. Yeah, and straightens out at the very end of it, just because he knows it's a 0. He's not gonna make judges worry too much about this run. Just let's get it over with. Straightens it out at the very end. Doesn't want to make it extra complicated for them. And hopefully he can score better on his second run. And already off we go. Nice initiation, good on outside zone 1, much better this time around. Outside zone 2, a little shallow there, coming up to the touch and go, missing it completely, transitioning over for outside zone 4. A lot of speed, but he had to brake there, so it was an interesting take on it. Now outside zone 6, ooh, very close to the tire wall as well, with some massive angle. It almost looked like 90 degrees perpendicular to the wall. Now, oh, the last outside zone hits the wall as well, so it might be 2 wheels off, because you don't really hit that wall if you're not 2 wheels off. Only with shallow angles. That's the case. So, fingers crossed for Artjoms that he is not a second driver today to get a 0-0. Overall, honestly though, I think the number of 0-0s has reduced a lot from the last season and from the off-season races. We've seen a lot more 0-0s previously. Yep, and unfortunately it is a 0-0 for Artjoms. So unfortunately that's race over for him. But it's alright, there's always next race. Let's see you back in the next race. And let's hope you get better luck there. Okay, up next we already have, warming up his tires, is Fredrik Blokhus from Norway from Team Clutch This, lining up on the starting line already. And as the lights go green, he goes for his run. Ooh, big angle initiation into outside zone 1, completely filling it. Same with the second one as well. Is this a 90-point run coming up? Very good on the touch and go. Very aggressive flick transition for outside zone number 4. Yeah, that is some aggression and confidence from Fredrik there. Really good run from him so far, completely filling all of the zones. Ooh, and I did see some dirt kicked up in the air, so I hope he did not go 2 wheels off. I hope, if he did at all, that it was just one, because the rest of this run looked really good. If it was a wheel off, then that might not be a 90 plus because of that, but other than that, what an aggressive run from Fredrik. Getting all the points for style. All the points for style.
Like it hot. Let me see what's up. I like it hot. I like it hot.
79 for his first run, so definitely did make some mistakes there, but let's hope he can clean it up on the second one. We've definitely seen that he feels very confident with the car, and now when he knows what he needs to clean up, he'll probably just go ahead and do it. So Fredrik goes for his second run. Flick and initiation. Again, another massive angle initiation. Perfect fill on outside zones 1 and 2. Hitting the touch and go perfect. Another aggressive transition for outside zone 4. Also clipped a little bit into the tire wall even. Absolutely flirting with the limits of the track. Not only flirting, but just going all in. Very aggressive driver from Norway. Nice transition for the last outside zone, and that's a wrap for his second run. Really well done. Let's hope that's an improvement for him. I always like to see drivers who are super confident about their driving, who are doing big flicks, setting the angles, not doing any corrections, taking the outside lines as well. Very, very well done. $82 points for Fredrik, so he does improve his score, puts himself in the 8th place at the moment. Well done. Next up, we're gonna have Ernestas Jakubelis from Lithuania from Team RTW. Yep, there he comes. The lights turn green and Ernestas is off for his first run. Nice flick initiation, a bit wide there at the beginning, but completely fills the first outside zone. And same with the second, very aggressive. Coming for the touch and go, you couldn't get closer than that. Also another aggressive flick transition, so he's definitely taking a lesson out of Fredrik's book, being as aggressive as you can. Of course, Ernestas also no newbie on the drift scene. We've seen him around. Very good run, now transitioning for the last outside zone. Good run from him. Let's watch the replay again. On the very edge on the first and the second outside zones, yeah, you definitely could not even get closer to that. Not aggressive transitioning. Just what we like to see. Just what we like to see. Looks like there's also a lot of supporters for Ernestas in the chat. Thanks for coming here and supporting your favorite drivers. And each other, of course, as well. Your country mates. And it's an 80 for Ernestus for his first run, so that is a very good score. Let's see if he can top it in his second. Already off. Very nice initiation for the first outside zone, completely filling it. Now we see some more smoke appear as he is flirting with the track limits on outer zone number 2, transitioning over aggressively for outer zone number 4, taking the outside line on the edge of the track for outside zone 5, transitioning over to outside zone 6. You can see that he has his hazard lights on, because warning, he is coming with a lot of speed. And across the line. Good run from Ernestas Jakubelis from Lithuania there. At the very end, I think at the last zone he could have been a little bit closer to the line, but of course I'm already nitpicking it here again. What else can you do on these really good runs, you know? There's not really anything I can say about them, so I can just say good things. But you know, the points deductions have to come from somewhere, so you gotta nitpick. And it's a 75, so not improving his score in the second run, but 80 points, that is still very good. Should be enough for tomorrow. At the moment, our drop zone is 66, and it's Pavel Kalushka on the drop zone. And Ernestas was the last driver of our Group G. Now up, we have Group H coming up. And as for our scores, still, our top 3 still remains unshaken. Artur Kula with a 90, Darius Ostrejko with an 89, and Simvot with an 87. We can see that the top 10 is now in the 80s, 80 scores. That is nice to see as well. And the middle cutoff point, the 16th, is 77 already. So the drop zone is growing fast. We've got 266s and 267s and 269s at the bottom there. So those are really close scores. So we could expect some more drivers to be dropped in a quick succession very soon. We do have 2 full groups and then 7 more drivers in the last group left, so that's 8, 16, 23. We've got 23 more drivers left. So if they all perform very well, then we could have a completely different top 32 as from what we've seen at the moment.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe, but if you don't need me, then why would you?
I wonder if this is our record of participating drivers for this series.
Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is falling. I'm a child like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away. Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't need me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel the
Still debating if you should drive in first or third person. Always first. Always first. You know, from my perspective, I didn't get into sim racing and try to make things more realistic just to drive in the third person in the end, which is not realistic at all. Drivers already in the server practicing for their runs. Oh, we had a crash. Oh no. But that's how it is with these figure 8 maps that loop around on themselves. Not the easiest thing to be practicing on a multiplayer server. Very easy to run into other drivers who are just crossing the same part of the track, but at a different stage. Ooh, another big crash. Be careful. There's a lot of smoke already there. Drivers going through the track non-stop. Not letting the smoke clear up. And it looks like we are going with the next group already. The camera has switched to the semaphore camera. Quite a few of the drivers here compete IRL as well. I don't know from the top of my head who are they or how many, but I do know a few. Okay, but next we're gonna have the first driver of this group. Edvinas Lobut is from Lithuania, from Team Riga Motorsports, already in the first outside zone, completely filling it. Coming through the second zone now. Nice, good job on it. Going through the touch and go, clears that as well. A very snappy transition, puts his car right on the edge of the track for outside zone 4. Keeping it through outside zone 5, leaves it a bit early though. Same with outside zone 6 as well, clears like 70% of it. Bit of a shallower angle, but a very good line for outside zone 7. Now coming up to outside zone 8, across the finish line. Good run. Did leave some points on the table there, with some points of improvement that he could have done for this, but let's just hope he can clean it up in the second run. Nevertheless, really decent run for the first run anyways. Waga, wasn't that Polish for danger? I hope I'm remembering correctly. But Edvinas gets 73 for his first run. It's already a very decent score. Pretty close to the drop zone though, which is 66 right now. Ooh, massive initiation. Completely filling outside zone 1. Might have even been a tire off there. Again, missing out a little bit in outside zone 2. Now transitioning over for outside zone 4, right on the edge of the track. He has this one on lock. Better on outside zone 5 this time around, fills way more of it. Very similar in outside zone 7. Now taking the outside line for outside zone. Yeah, 7. That was 7. This is 8. Sorry for that. Decent across the finish line. Yeah, look at this. Almost a backwards entry. Pretty crazy initiation. Very aggressive. Where did he get all that speed to get that happen? Yeah, really good in outside zone 4. On 5, he exits it nice. Better than the last time around, but 6 was shaky. Outside zone 7, very nicely filled. Outside zone 8, also right on the edge of the track. So 72 points for this second run. Not an improvement, but a very consistent score. Pretty close to the drop zone though, pretty close. So drop zone at the moment is 66, so 73, that's like 6 points away only. But there's quite a few drivers with the 60s. We had 2 66s, 2 67s, and 2 69s. So there's like 6 drivers. Next up, Kārlis Miluš from Latvia, representing Team Drift, who's also one of our sponsors, who are going to gift Drift King gift cards to Latvian qualifiers who are the best. And does go a little bit outside in outside zone 1, but gets it back on the line. Now already in outside zone 4, that was pretty deep and that was risky. On outside zone 5, fills it completely, transitioning over for outside zone 6. On the outside zone, on the outside part of the tire marks, filling outside zone 7. Very well done from Kārlis there in E46. Could be a little bit closer to the track edge. Yeah, he was basically one wheel off the entire outside zone 1, I think. Nice looking E46, I do like the graffiti style. Yeah, let's see what happened here. At the end. Good. And yeah, like 80% to the edge of the track at the last zone. Already going for the next run without finding out his first run score. Now much better this time around on the first outside zone. Doesn't cross the line. Decent on the second one as well. Hits the touch and go, now transitioning over for the fourth zone. Puts it right on the track edge. Keeping it there all the way through outside zone 5. Now transitioning over to 6. Very good, no corrections, clearing the zone, now staying in the track, clearing outside zone 7, transitioning over to 8. Really, really good. You've eaten both lunch and dinner before your quali run now. Oh. Mate, I haven't even had breakfast yet. I woke up like 2 hours before the event started, and I had to like take my dog for a walk and get my morning tea going and do some practice and do the mic check, and then it's just time, you know. But I guess it's my own fault for staying up until like 3 AM yesterday. So Kārlis gets a 72 for his second run, improving his score and getting himself in tomorrow's tandems, at least for the time being. So that is really close to the drop zone, but at the moment we've got Oyhan Polo with 67 points at the moment on the drop zone. You're gonna get some pie for dessert after your run. Enjoy. Yeah, I love the amount of people driving as well. Do not like that there is so much people. Well, it's a popular competition now, you know, what can you do? Tough luck. Okay, but up next, Bartosz Gorgon from Poland, another name that we've seen before. Nice initiation, completely filling outside zone 1 right on the edge of the track. Same with outside zone 2 as well. Very decent on the touch and go, very stable angle. Nice on outside zone 4 as well, keeping it at the track limit. Going through 5, transitioning over to 6, coming very close to the concrete wall, staying on the outside edge of the sweeper. Clearing like 70% of outside zone 7, and across the finish line, right on the very edge of it. So nice run from Bartosz there. Overdriving right now in practice. Yeah, that can happen. I know how that is. Well, this time nobody used it, but like I was running in Group C, and I said yesterday in Discord that I don't really care what group I run in, and I can swap with anyone, but I don't think anybody replied to it. Stop driving at Group B. Yeah, over practicing is definitely a real thing. Bartosz Gorgon gets himself 75 points for his first run, so that is currently putting him in the top 32. Close to the drop zone, but still in it. Let's see if he can solidify on the second run. Initiating into outside zone 1. Very good right on the track limits again. Same with outside zone 2, basically copy pasting the beginning of the track. Ooh, a bit too deep on the touch and go, and quite wide on the outside zone number 4, but that didn't look like wheels off track, that just looked like something really aggressive. And for very close on outside zone 6, nail biter of a run, goes so close to the walls. Quite shallow on outside zone 7 though, but sets himself up very well for the last outside zone. Goes across the finish line with his rear wheels on the wide outside lines of the track. Yeah, overthinking, over practicing, over worrying is definitely a thing. You need to develop a pre-race ritual or pre-quali ritual that helps you calm down. So unfortunately, it's a 63 for Bartosz on his second run. Doesn't improve his score, but at the moment is still in the qualifying, in the top 32 for tomorrow. So at the moment, our drop zone is still 67, but this time it's Sandra Bogdanaite on the chopping block at the moment. Let's see, who is the next competitor to try and knock her out of the competition? And it's Michael Duran from Spain, from Team Escuco Red. In a very nice looking E36, and he probably doesn't see the lights because they're green, but he's still there. So we're gonna send him off manually with a chat message. Let's hope he has that open, and there he goes. Flicking it into initiation. Very nice on the line there. No stress. Very nice on outside zone 2 as well. Now through the touch and go, completes it. Going through outside zone number 4, right on the very edge on the track. That's what I love to see. Same with outside zone number 5, steady line. No corrections whatsoever. Really close to the track edge at outside zone 7. I mean 6, but yeah, now comes up to 7. Now already across the finish line. I'm sorry, I messed up my numbers a little bit. Very good run from Michael. Let's see, from outside zone 4, here he is right on the line, but does take a little bit of a shallower line just between outside zone 5, but sets himself up very well for it. So here he came really close to track limits on the sweeper, but got back on the line to fully clear outside zone 7. .63 for the first run, so that is unfortunately not enough to qualify. But he still has the second run, so he still doesn't see the semaphore, so probably needs to be sent off in chat again. There he goes. Does need to fix this for tomorrow though, so decent initiation on the edge of the track for the first outside zone, and same for the second, coming up to the touch and go. Very good, transitioning over. Same as last time on the edge of the track through outside zone 4, taking the deeper line approach before outside zone 5, right now transitioning over to 6, even closer to the concrete wall, right on the very edge of it, now taking a very good line here at the sweeper for outside zone 7, and much closer to the line at outside zone 8 as well. So did improve at a lot of points, I think, where he wasn't there in his first run. Should be a points improvement as well. Overall, very steady, no corrections. Yeah, this was really dangerous for the concrete wall. Clipped the last tire wall even a tiny little bit. .76 for his second run for Michael. So that puts him in the competition for tomorrow, at least for the time being, bringing our drop zone up to 69. And Maciej Lisinski is the person on the drop zone at the moment. Really difficult name to pronounce. Okay, up next, another Latvian, Aleksandrs Borisovs. Another E36, another beautiful looking livery, taking off for his first quali round. Nice initiation, completely filling outside zone 1, transitioning over to outside zone number 2, keeping it steady for the touch and go. A lot of angle and a big transition for outside zone 4, right on the edge of the track. Beautiful for outside zone 5, same as well. Outside zone 6, right on the edge of it. A lot of angle here. I hope he's still on a good line. Oh yeah, he is. Hits outside zone 7 very well. Outside zone 8 could be just a millimeter closer to the edge, but that's about it. Really good run from Aleksandrs there. Let's watch it in the replay again. Had to angle up a little bit before the touch and go, but that's just how it is. Very good in outside zones 4 and 5. Here, very good fill on outside zone 6. Now here on the big sweeper, keeping some big angle through outside zone 7. Nice solid transition for the last zone as well. So does he eliminate Maciej from the race? It looks like he does, because we have a different drop zone driver now. Oh, yep, and it's 70 points. So he does get into the tandems for now, but that is as close as it gets. Only 1 point away from the current drop zone and going for the second run. Even more angle this time around for the first outside zone, and same for the second. Has to do a little bit of a correction before the touch and go, but overall keeping some big angle. Ooh, very close to the tire wall on outside zone 4. I like to see the aggression here. Same for outside zone 5. Definitely risking it for the biscuit, going through outside zone 6 right now with some big angle. Keeping the outside line through outside zone 7 right now. I really like what he is doing here. And oh, takes it just a bit too wide in the last outside zone just before it, and hits the tire wall and gets a 0. That is unfortunate, because it did look like he was going for an improvement on this run. It looked like he was much more confident in his second run than his first run, but unfortunately it all ends just before the last zone. And just before the finish line as well. I like the approach of a lot of angle. So yeah, that is very unfortunate for Alexanders. 0 on his second run. Next up, we're gonna have one of our chatters as well, Benas Jonutis, coming in the server and doing his run as well. Also representing Team Nieko Tokyo from Lithuania. I mean, him being from Lithuania, not the team, but maybe the team as well. And the lights go green, and he is off the starting line for his first run. Nice initiation right on the track edge for the first outside zone, transitioning over for the second. Big angle right on the edge there as well. Very good on the touch and go, transitioning over with confidence for outside zone 4. Could be a little bit closer to the edge of it, but keeps it together on a good line through outside zone 5. Now transitioning over to outside zone 6, risks it a lot, going very close to the concrete wall. Now coming up to outside zone 7, completely filling it. I love the angle that we're seeing here. And for the last outside zone, clear as well, goes right through it. Nice. Outside line? What about the outside line? Nice looking BMW as well. I do see some Waga stickers on his car, so it might be that he's friends with some of the drivers from them as well, from Team Waga. Oh, outside line before zone 6 and zone 7, yeah. That is a difficult thing to do. And he gets an 80-point run for his first run. Yeah, very close to the track edge. Ooh, big angle initiation. Very close to the track edge as well, risking it all. Going even harder on his second run. Nice on the touch and go, transitioning over for outside zone 4. Could be a bit closer, but that was a very aggressive and a very snappy transition. Keeps it steady through outside zone 5. Coming up to outside zone 6. Big angle, super close to the outside line. There, surgically precise. Going through outside zone 7, transitioning over for the last outside zone. Wild transition indeed, yeah. Benas not leaving any points on the table voluntarily, just goes all in. Tries for the best run that he could possibly ever do. I love the confidence, I love the angle, I love the attitude here. Just look at how close he was to the track edge, yeah, before outside zone 6 and outside zone 7. And last outside zone, yeah, he was not like right on the track edge, but come on, how close can you get? Definitely commitment. Doing a burnout in the pits. No, not in the pits, but on the judging parking spots. Is that a backwards burnout? It was. So he improves to an 84, putting himself in the 7th place at the moment for the qualifying. Well done, Benes. So we've got 3 drivers with an 84-point score. We've got Juan Jorges and Benes Jonatis and Ian Johnson in the 6th place, in the 7th place, and in the 8th place already. In reverse as well, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do a reverse burnout. That was cool. Gundars Gute up next, another Latvian driver that we've seen around in our other races. In an E46, already taking off for his first run. Nice initiation, big angle, very confident. Coming up to the 2nd outside zone, very good. Nicely filled, completely hits the touch and go, transitioning. Ooh, very snappily and aggressively over for outside zone 4. Bit of a shallower line at the beginning between the zones, but hits outside zone 5 right on the money. Outside zone 6 misses a little bit of it, but takes a wide line before outside zone 7, and it looked like he was one wheel in the grass at outside zone 7, but across the finish line in one piece at least, not hitting any walls, not zeroing out. Let's hope that he didn't zero out, because it did look like he was one wheel in the grass, and that's already pretty far off the track limits. Yeah, that was very deep in that zone, in the zone 7. Let's see what the judges say about it. $55 points, so that is unfortunately not going to be enough for tandems, but he still has one more run. One more chance to get in tomorrow's competition, so there he goes for his 2nd attempt. Another decent initiation, missing out on the middle of outside zone 1 and very careful in outside zone 2 as well. I wonder what happened there. Already through the touch and go and outside zone 4, nice transition to it, keeping the line steady. Not too many transitions there. I did see the front wheel wobble a little bit, so already coming up to outside zone 7, taking the outside line approach again, transitioning over aggressively for the last outside zone, and wheels on the line across the finish line. Let's see it in the replay again. Yeah, didn't fill outside zone 2 as much as we would like to see. For outside zone 4, he did set himself up nicely there. Could be a little bit closer to the track edge. Outside zone 5, he left a little bit early. Outside zone 6 though, really aggressive. A late handbrake pull to keep him on the line. Didn't go off track at outside zone 7 this time. $59 points for Gundars for his 2nd run, so unfortunate that he doesn't get in the competition for tomorrow, but Gundars, let's see you in the next race. Best of luck next time. And our drop zone at the moment is 70. It's Alexander Borisovs who is on the drop zone, trying not to get eliminated. And next up, we're gonna have our last driver of Group H. It's gonna be Edvinas Morauskas from Lithuania, representing the team Lock to Lock. Also a driver we've seen in our previous races. I've seen him in other races as well. Light goes green, and let's see what Edvinas can show us on this track. A nice flick initiation right on the edge of the track there at the end. Very well done. Going through the touch and go right now. For outside zone 4, a nice transition, very aggressive and very smooth, but close to the line. I love to see this. Transitioning over to outside zone 6, taking the wide line approach. Very well done, Edvinas. clearing outside zone 7 and now outside zone 8, right on the edge of it. I love the white tire wall. That is something that nobody else has. I think I haven't seen anybody else do that in their liveries, so that looks fantastic. Alexander's hanging in the drop zone like the front fender of your E36. Oh man. Yeah, very smooth run from Edvinas here. Really well done. A nice looking livery on that E46 as well. So that should, I think, be some pretty decent points for this first run. Let's see what the judges have to say. And it's an 80, and he already goes off for the second one. Let's see. Another really smooth initiation, filling outside zone 1, transitioning over to 2, completing it fully. Very good on the touch and go. Aggressive transition for outside zone 4, right on the track edge. Coming through to outside zone number 5, now completely filling that as well. Now nice transition over to outside zone 6, right on the track edge. He is risking it all to get a better score than an 80. And oh yeah, and there she goes. Unfortunately taps the wall at the very end and gets a 0 for his second run, but that was a good attempt up until that point. I did like that run. I do like his driving style to begin with. Yeah, very close to that concrete wall there. Definitely makes you think that he has the dimensions of this car dialed in. And he probably has, it's just that this was a little bit of a too much speed situation. But 80 points still should be enough to get him in qualifying, since at the moment puts himself in the 14th place. And that was it for a Group H. Now we have one more full group left and then another group of 7 drivers. So we've got 15 drivers left in today's quali. At the moment, this is how our groups look. Our top 3 is still unshaken after many qualifying groups. Artur Kula with a 90, Darius Ostreka with an 89, and Sim Vort with an 87. And on the drop zone at the moment, we've got William Diaz with a 70. So the drop zone has already entered the 70s, and we have 15 more drivers to go. So it's not even impossible. No, it is actually impossible for the drop zone to go into the 80s, but it might very well be in the high 70s. It might very well be in the mid to high 70s. Is the link to Discord broken? Let me check it. Yeah, invite invalid. Staff, can we get the Discord invite link fixed in the description, please? Would be great. Thanks in advance. Okay, 15 drivers left. We're almost through the qualification. Almost through it. Once again, thanks for everybody. Thanks to everybody for signing up, for showing up, for doing runs, for making this competition what it is. Really love to see everything that's happening here. All the great drivers, all the nice looking cars, the confident runs. Let's see, can I somehow get a server invite? Yeah, I can't create a server invite for some reason. Oh, there it is. Now I just had to say something. Now I can. So this is an invite link that I just created. This should be working. It expires in 7 days. Okay. So the previous link probably had the default expiration time of 7 days as well. Alright, but who do we have in the next group? Oh, we have some names that I've definitely seen before. Almost everybody here I have seen before. And we've got our first driver lined up on the starting line already. And that is going to be none other than our own Armāns Vestmanis representing RTRiga. We've seen him do good runs, we've seen him in tandems. There's no question that he can put up a score that's gonna get him into the tandem. So let's see his first run. A big swing for the initiation and completely filling outside zone 1 with all the confidence in the world. Same with outside zone number 2, hitting the touch and go, transitioning over for outside zone number 4, right on the edge of the track, all the way through outside zone number 5, transitioning over for outside zone 6. Keeps it on the edge of the tire marks there through outside zone number 7. Now aggressive transition for outside zone 8. Could be a little bit closer to the edge of the track. But other than that, a really nice run from Armāns there. Oh, I did send an invite link in the chat. I don't know if it went through. We might have some chat settings that don't allow myself to post links in there. But the name of Okay, the link in the description has been updated. Try it again. If it doesn't work, try refreshing the page. Maybe it doesn't refresh without the page refresh. Most likely does not. So there should be a working link in the description right now. Alright, Armans gets a 90 for his first run, so finally we get another 90-point run on the board. He's going for his second one already. Can he even beat that? Really decent on the first two outside zones, hitting the touch and go, now transitioning over for outside zone number 4. Again, with all the confidence in the world, big line, big angle, going through outside zones 5, now 6. Taking another outside line approach, hitting outside zone 7, completely filling it. A confident transition for the last outside zone as well. Very nice. Oh, he doesn't mean the CM server, so not the Assetto server, he means the Discord server, if I understand correctly. Great show from Armand Westman here. It's time and time again proving that he is one of the best in these cars. One of the best that we have in our team. If not the best. And it's 86 for his second run, so with that he solidifies his place on the top of the qualifying, moving Artur Kula down to the second place. So congrats to Armans for getting the first qualifying place. Next up we're gonna have Ivis Bambans from Team Moist Drift Design from Latvia as well. Number 369, and damn she fine. He goes through the first outside zone, misses it a little bit, but the second one is much better. Now a little bit too deep on the inside of the touch and go, and goes a little bit outside before outside zone 4. Now coming up to outside zone 5, now filling it like halfway full, transitioning over to 6. Ooh, hits the concrete wall and spins out. And unfortunately nullifies his first qualifying run. Let's just hope he does not teleport to pits, because that is a force of habit that sometimes can happen if you crash on your first run. A decent attempt, so at least Ivis now has the grip in his hands. He understands how the car feels now, so let's see if he can put a good score on the board for his second run. And a nice flick initiation, nice on the first outside zone and the second as well. Already doing better on the touch and go, barely hits it, but at least doesn't go too deep on it. Outside zone 4, very nice. Fills it completely, taking the outside line approach between outside zones 4 and 5. Now up to 6 already, doesn't crash into the concrete wall this time around, but was risking it anyways. Going very wide on the outside there into outside zone 7, very nice to see. A bit too shallow on the last outside zone, but that is across the finish line. That is points for our own Mr. Moist. And of course, his livery, of course, is the most colorful that you can imagine it could ever be. I need a magnifying glass to be able to understand everything that's on that car, but I love the way it looks, and I do love the silver logo as well. So it's 66 points for Ivis. Unfortunately, not enough for tomorrow's competition. Unfortunate, Ivis. Let's see you in the next race. Better luck in that one. But next up, we're gonna have another driver representing Moist Drift Design. and that's going to be Elgar's bonbons. Same surname, different name. So brothers competing in the same team. A nice initiation for Elgars there, completely filling outside zone 1. And now going into the touch and go, nice on it. Now going for outside zone 4, really good. Right on the edge of the track now through outside zone 5. Surgically done as well. So outside zone 6, really good. Confident, not too close to the wall, but good. Ooh, one wheel in the grass there for outside zone 7 and across the finish line. Good run, good run. Let's see it again in the replay. Very close to the outside there before outside zones 4 and 5. Could have went a little bit deeper in outside zone 6, but it doesn't matter. As long as he hits it. Could have gotten a little bit more points, but it's okay. The holographic, no, not the holographic, but the reflection on the RTRiga logo, that looks really nice. Could not hit the last zone. Oh, don't worry about it. You get 90 points. It's it's nothing to be worried about. You're first in qualifying. So Elgars gets 62 points for his first run. Let's see if he can put himself in the top 32 for tomorrow and goes a bit wide on the initiation, completely filling outside zone 1 and 2 as well. Coming up to the touch and go, now goes a bit too deep in it. Nice transition for outside zone 4 on the edge of the track, maybe a millimeter even over the track limits, completely filling outside zone 5 in the result. Outside zone 6, a bit more confident this time around, really close to the track edge and the big sweeper. Now again, might have been a millimeter of one wheel in the grass there on outside zone 7, but across the finish line, outside zone 8, completely failed. Really good job from Elgars there. I think that should be an improvement there. But of course, I'm not a judge, don't quote me on that. That's where the lost points went. Aha. Armand, what is your highest qualifying score that you have ever gotten in any race? I am curious. Oh, I want to know. I've seen you do 90s before. 96. Oh, that's something. That is really good. And let's see how many points Elgars gets. 65 for his second run, so a little bit of an improvement, but unfortunately none of the Moist Drift design team drivers get into the tandems for tomorrow. That is very unfortunate, but at the moment we've got Balog Akos on the drop zone with 71 points and Luis Trevino from Team Escuco Black from Spain on the starting line, going to attempt to remove him from the drop zone and secure his own place. So a little bit shallow on the first outside zone, but fixes it on the second one. Now coming for the touch and go, really surgically right around it. For the fourth one as well, a lot of angle, but a little bit of a shallower line, but gets back on the better line in the end. Fills outside zone 5 completely. Same with 6. Now keeping it on the outside trend for outside zone 7. Now transitioning nice and snappy for the last outside zone and across the finish line. You went into qualifying 5 minutes after waking up and you get 81, usually 90 plus. Oh my. See, now we see what kind of caliber of drivers we're dealing with here, right? We've got Armand, who is disappointed with his 90. We got Al Walid, who can get an 81 5 minutes after waking up. Yeah, let's watch Lewis's first run again in the replay. So decent run. I really like the confident transitions and a bit of a bigger angle approach than all the other drivers. Nice here on outer zone 6, just on the very edge of it, keeping massive angle all the way throughout the big sweeper and throughout outer zone 7, and a big snappy transition for the last zone. Good stuff from Lewis. 77 points, so at the moment he is in the competition for tomorrow, but that is high 70s, so that is right on the edge, so nail biter, a bit of a. But let's see if he can solidify in the second one. Nice initiation, better on the first outside zone this time. Transitioning over to second, again choosing the big angle approach, decent on the inside, on the touch and go. Now a lot of angle through outside zone 4. Again, coming through outside zone 5, very well done, completely fills it again. Outside zone 6, again right on the line, right on the money, keeping it through with massive angle in the big sweeper, transitioning over for the last one, snappy again, across the finish line, confident. And you got 51 after practicing for 3 hours after waking up. Yeah, so I guess the key is to wake up 5 minutes before your run and just go for it. Muscle memory, that stuff. Let's see how Lewis finishes out his second run in the replay again. Nice snappy transition at the very end there. He finds the correct angle for it very well, locks it in. And it's an 82 for the second run, so he brings him way higher up with his second run. Very close to top 10, because at the top 10 we at the moment got Fredrik Blokhus with an 82. Rounding up top 10, I mean. And yeah, he moves the drop zone up to Daniel Thomas Berzinch with 71 points. Oh, ice hockey has already started. 4-0. We're winning at the moment. Yes! My 73 looking at this. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, now next, Nauris Žmuida from Latvia from Team Likumslīdis with a nice bright looking livery on his E46, taking the track already. Well done on the first 2-3 zones. On the fourth zone, on the very edge on the track, coming up to outer zone number 5 right now, going very wide, keeping some good steady angle. Nice aggressive, but ends up a bit shallow right after the zone. Can he keep it on the good line? Yes, he can. Fills outside zone 7 and outside zone 8 nicely. Okay, that's his first run. Let's see it again in the replay. There's the very smooth transition approach here from Nauris. A little bit of a handbrake pull just before outside zone 4. Goes very wide and outside zone 5. On the very limits of the track, just before outside zone 6. Yeah, but it does set him up with a bit of a weird line for outside zone 7. So he feels like 50% of it. But gets back on it for outside zone 8. 66 points for Nauris for his first run. Needs an improvement to get him further in the competition. A flick and a snap, and there he goes for his second run. Does not completely fill the first outside zone, wasn't at the edge of the track. Now already at the touch and go, barely hit it. Now coming up to outside zone number 4, the car is acting up a little bit. It looks like he has to do some small adjustments here and there to keep it going. Now another handbrake pull right on outside zone 6 sends him off on an interesting line, but this time hits outside zone 7 very well and very deep before outside zone 8 this time, I hope. it wasn't 2 wheels off, because it looked like it was definitely at least one, and it was pretty deep. Yeah, the touch and go could have been quite better, but it really doesn't matter how deep you hit the touch and go, as long as you hit it. It's in the name. You just touch it and go. An interesting approach for the line here before, between outer zone 6 and outer zone 7. And 61 for the second run. Unfortunate for Nauris as well, not getting into tomorrow's competition. Better luck in the next race. So Daniels Thomas Berzinch on the drop zone, safe for one more round at least. Let's see if the next driver can squeeze him out of the competition. That's going to be Jonathan End from Sweden, from Team Reckless. Another one of the drivers that we've seen in our competitions before already. So nice flick into outside zone number 1, keeping some good angle, transitioning over into outside zone 2, and we get new cameras again. Nice on the touch and go. He also has a white tire wall on but only on one side. Oh no, that was just the sun, I think. Okay, whatever. Outside zone 5 fills it halfway through, now coming up to outside zone 6, keeping some nice angle, staying on the very outside edge of the big sweeper before outside zone 7, fills it completely in the last zone as well. Good job on it. It's not the easiest thing in the world to switch from one type of camera angles to the other type of camera angles midway through. Yeah, decent job from Jonathan here. A solid, smooth run, no corrections. Could have been a little bit deeper in some of the zones, but that's something that he can fix in his second run. At least get some points on the board on this one. And the car is all warm up now and ready for the actual good run. And that was actually already a good run, 71. Good points, but that is dangerously close to the chopping block, so if he wants a better position in the race, or at least a guaranteed one, he better improve his score. Let's see if he can do it. Run number 2, nice initiation, nice on the outside zone 1, better than the previous time. Good on outside zone 2 as well. Now going through the touch and go, transitioning over to outside zone 4 right on the edge. Nicely done. Going through it, outside zone 5, now transitioning over for outside zone 6. Very close to the edge. Again, taking a wider line approach, very good. Big angle here through outside zone 7, transitioning over for outside zone 8. And nice. Across the finish line he goes. Let's see if that brings him more than 71 points. .73, so he does improve, he does get in competition, and he puts Carlos Miloš in the drop zone right now. Carlos with 72 points, defending. Jonathan at the ball with 73, just barely in the competition, but still in. And the next driver we already got coming up, it's Karl-Erik Tasuja from Estonia, from Avenger Drift team, already taking off. Some big flicks before initiation and some big angle through outside zone 1. Well done there, going through outside zone 2. Tires are not warm up, we're not seeing the smoke yet. And there it's starting to appear, going through outside zone 4 right now. A bit of a shallower line, but decent into outside zone 5. Fills it completely now for outside zone 6. Good as well, no handbrake pulls there, needs all the speed that he can get for the next zone. And transitioning over for the outside zone 8. Fills it halfway through across the finish line. I did like the confidence in the initiation, but I was expecting a bit more aggression than in the rest of the run. Was really close to the line here in outside zone 4. Nice here in outside zone 5. Added a little bit more angle at the end of it. Maybe going through outside zone 6 with a bit too much angle. He would have been on a better line for it if he angled out a little more. Still, a run is a run, and he gets a 69, so that is a number 1 score in my books. My math is mathing that way, but Karl-Erik goes for his second run already, and very good on the first outside zone again. Second outside zone filled, touch and go hit with massive angle this time. Ooh, big transition for fourth outside zone, keeping it steady all the way through fifth. Now transitioning over to OZ6, keeping it on the outside edge of the tire marks that everybody has been putting down on the track. Already through 7, transition over 8 and across the finish line. Good job from Karl-Erik from Estonia there. His high 60s, low 70s scores are the most difficult to tell if they improved them or not. I don't know, I probably should just complete some kind of a judge crash course before the next race, so I can talk with some more knowledge under my belt. An 81 for Karl-Erik in his second run, so that is a massive improvement. Brings himself into tomorrow's competition easily with this. That puts Viktor Janowski with 73 on the drop zone right now, but next we're gonna have Haris Labarevich from Team Drift from Latvia as well. On his first run, initiating into outer zone 1, very well done, smooth through it, completely fills it. Very good in outside zone 2, filling it way better than most other drivers, but goes way too deep on the touch and go. Decent on outside zone 4, now keeping steady, big angle through outside zone 5, transitioning over for 6, really aggressively with a very snappy transition. It looked like he was gonna hit the wall or go off track, but he keeps it going very well through these last outside zones of the track. Aggressive approach from Haris Labarevich here. Nice to see. Basically nobody went that deep today on outside zone number 2, but that did set him up pretty bad for the touch and go, so he went through the cone of it with basically half of his engine. Let's see if he can fix that in his next run. If he even needs to, maybe he got enough points already to qualify, but judges, your call. Okay, it's 70 points for the first run, so not enough for the competition. He needs to improve to get in. A nice solid initiation into the first outside zone again. And a good fill on the second outside zone. Now touch and go much better this time around. No mistakes there. Ooh, a very, very aggressive transition for outside zone 4. Goes at least one wheel off track. They're now already at outside zone 6. Going really aggressive at it. Painting some new outer lines. Ooh, an aggressive transition just before the end and the finish line as well. Let's watch this run again in the replay. Harry is definitely trying to bring the heat to his second run to get some more points on the board to get into tomorrow's race. Let's watch this again. That was at least one, if not maybe two wheels off right after outside zone number 4. But that was such an aggressive transition there. Really, really aggressive and snappy. And here as well. Just completely snaps it on the other side. And it's unfortunately a 64 for his second run. Would have loved to see him in tandems tomorrow with that kind of attitude. Would be great to see what he can bring in a 1v1 of drifting. And that closes out our penultimate group, our group I. So we've got a new top qualifying score and another 90. So at the moment our top 3 is Armand Westmans with a 90, Artur Kula with another 90, and then Darius Strejka with an 89. So very close in top 3 already. Our top 16 or top 17 is in the 80s range, and closing out on the drop zone at the moment we've got Viktor Janovsky with 73. Oh wow, we've got 5 drivers with 73 at the end right now. So we've got from 28th to 32nd place we've got Ritums Jakobsons, Edvinas Labutis, Jonathan and Andre Henriquez and Viktor Janovsky, all with 73 points. And then after them we've got 3 drivers with 74 points. So now it's getting real competitive. But we only have 7 more drivers left for our last qualifying group, Group J. Oh, and here we see the Compat as well. Is that the Compat? No, that is the Coupe. That is the E36 Coupe with the Compat livery though. And is that Armand in the actual livery of our IRL street car? It looks like it is. Armand is also the driver who drives that car IRL, our head judge. He is the driver of our IRL street drift car. How did I like your design? I liked it a lot. The blue and white fade, nice. I already said that I do like the fade background color, the fade basically base color designs the most, and I did like the combination of yours a lot. Oh, it's been a long day. It's already 6:30 p.m. so I've been yapping for 5.5 hours. I'm getting pretty tired. Luckily, there's not much time still left. So I'll be able to go and have some rest. But actually no, I have to mow grass. So yeah, garden work right after. Looks like we probably got a call to pits since everybody is despawning now. Oh no. I lied. Yeah, long for me. Very long for me. Oh, and I also, of course, have to take a long walk with the doggo. I owe her that. Did I just see my own livery drive around? I think I did. Somebody's using my car. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, we borrowed our cars to the late group, the late applicants, since they didn't have any of their own, you know. Okay, but we've got the first driver already on the grid, and that's going to be Hasan Selik from Turkey. Even though we don't see the name, there he is in my beautiful livery. Very well done on the first outside zone. Shows me how to drive this car. Good on the touch and go as well. Now nice transition for outside zone 4, completely fills it right on the edge of the track. For outside zone 5 as well, nice transition for outside zone 6, keeps it on the edge of the track. Well done for outside zone 7. Now transitioning over to outside zone 8. Yep, Hasan, it's your car already. Definitely knows how to put it around the track better than me. He's using my design because he applied late, I think, and he didn't get his own in on time. So, you know, since my car basically is just I did hit the wall with it once, but the other run, you know, it's not that much used. I mean, as you see, it's still a decent car if you put a good driver behind the wheel. I have a chance to qualify. At least a part of me might be in the tandems tomorrow. Because Hasan gets an 88 for his first qualifying run, and he gets the 4th qualifying spot at the moment. There is no way anybody can eliminate him from the competition already, so if he keeps the same livery for tomorrow, then a part of me is in the tandems. Woohoo! Okay. Now where is he for his second run? He should be there already on the starting line. We don't see him there. Nah, I don't get to drive. My car does. Alright, there he is, lined up for his second run. Let's see if he can beat the 88, which is a tough score to beat, but a decent initiation. completely filling outside zone 1, and same with outside zone 2 as well, going very smooth and steady. Big angle transition for outside zone 4. On the very edge on the track here for outside zone 5, coming up to outside zone 6 now with full confidence, filling it. Basically doubles his tire marks from the previous run, takes it all the way to the edge of the track from outside zone 7 into outside zone 8, ends it out with a 360. Very well done for Hassan there. Might have even improved his run, as hard as that is to do when you score an 88 on the first one. We'll see if that's true. Livery, of course, made by Moist himself, so all the props for that go to him. And it's an 89, so he does improve it by 1 point, by just 1 point, not bringing him anywhere closer to the top 3. He still stays in top 4. So interesting. Did Darius Ostrejka also score an 88 and an 89? I think he did. Let me quickly check. Yeah, 88 and an 89. Oh wow. Alright, and now we're gonna have Riku Algren from Finland, another driver from Team Reckless, going for his first run. Big angle initiation. Outside zone 1 filled completely, same with the next one. The touch and go has been hit, transitioning aggressively for outside zone 4, keeps the line in check though, fills outside zone 5 very well, transitioning over for outside zone 6, keeps it on the outside line, nicely done through outside zone 7, now last transition, going for the last outside zone, hits it very well, good job from Riku there from Finland. Let's see it in replay again while we wait for the judges to deliberate on the score. Nice run. He goes for the second one already without finding out his first, and it's a 79. Nice. And for the second run, another really good initiation and fill for the outside zones 1 and 2. Very good on the touch and go. Let's see if he finds some places of improvement. Nice aggressive transition for outside zone 4, keeping it right on the line for outside zone 5 as well. Now, very smooth through outside zone 6. A bit too much angle though puts him on a little bit of a shallower line at the beginning, but he gets back on it. Ooh, and very close to the line at the very end. Very well done from Riku there at the end. Another nice run, nice consistent driver. John, is Grimo his nickname? $74 for Riku on the second run. But he definitely is in tomorrow's tandems with a 79, so that is well done from Riku, aka Gremo. Gremo the Gremlin, when he's real wild. And another Lithuanian driver, Emilis Valeka from RTW team, coming up next in the combat livery for the E36. The lights go green, and he goes for his first run. Nice big angle initiation, keeps it solid through outer zones 1 and 2. Coming up to the touch and go, clears it very well. Snappy big angle transition for outer zone 4, almost kisses the tire wall, keeps it steady through outer zone 5. Now coming up to outer zone 6. Ooh, another like 90-degree transition, almost even keeps it right on the edge of the tire marks there. And on the track line in outer zone 7 and in outer zone 8, gets really close to the track edge. Another good driver puts down another solid run right here. Let's watch it in the replay again for Emilis. Yeah, this transition here for outer zone number 4, it was nice. Very aggressive. Did not care at all if he maybe hits it. It just goes for the maximum points, maximum confidence. I mean, that's what you have to do when the drop zone is already at 73. Jonathan N with 73 at the moment being on the drop zone. Let's see if Emilis eliminates him or not. And it's an 84 for Emilis on his first run, putting him in 8th at the moment. And now the drop zone is Edvina Slabut is with another 73, but Emilis going for his second run, still smooth and fills the first 2 outside zones very well, and also surgically precise on the touch and go. Again aggressive on the transition for outside zone number 4. He has this track and layout on lock. We can see that it's just textbook precision from Emilis here. Very well done. Basically repeats the same run back to back. Ends it out with a 360. Good job, Emilis. Only things that you could wish to be better is, I don't know, like millimeters closer to the edge of the track at some points. But you could not nitpick harder than this. A really good run. $90 points for Emilis, putting himself in the second place at the moment. So now our top 3 is just 90s. Very well done from him. Congratulations on making into tomorrow's tandems. Now, who is up next? Should have Carlos Tutis from Estonia up next. Let's see if he shows up to the line. There he is. No, there he isn't. There's Lukasz Cisielski from Poland. So Carlos is not going to be here, but Lukasz from Poland is already going for his first run from Team Sione Havki. And nice on the first outside zone. The tires are still cold, so no smoke. A little bit shallow on the second outside zone, but decent on the touch and go. Now coming up to outside zone 4, filling that one out nicely though. Staying on the edge of the track all the way through outside zone 5. Now coming up to 6, really dangerous there, flirting with the concrete wall. Coming up to outside zone 7, clears that very well. Now outside zone 8, done and check. Good run from Lukáš in his first attempt. Let's see it in the replay again. Where did he make any mistakes? Could have been a little bit closer on the second outside zone. Here on the fourth, yeah, he's right on the edge there. On the edge between the zones as well, and outside zone 5 was very nice. You see, this was so aggressive here in outer zone 6. Maybe a little bit of a shallower line between outside zone 6 and outside zone 7. But he clears outside zone 7 very well, so it's maybe a point lost in the line there. I'm not even sure, if at all. .73 for his first run. Now going for the second needs an improvement to be solidified in tomorrow's race. Decent on the first two outside zones, gripping up a little bit, not angling out to the end of the first two zones completely, but the fourth is good again. Now going for outside zone 5, decent, very good. Another aggressive attempt for outside zone 6. Way closer to the outside line this time around, and big angle through outside zone 7, now transitioning right over the line on the edge of the track, I mean across the finish line, filling all of the last outside zone. Another decent run from Lukáš. Let's hope for him that he has improved his run to get himself in the tandems, because we have a lot of drivers with the 73 score at the moment. And you definitely don't wanna leave it up to the other drivers to eliminate you, of course. You want to set as high score as possible. And qualifying just on the edge is a bit dangerous. Of course, the lower you qualify, the higher qualifier is your opponent in tomorrow's tandem is going to be. So. And he gets a 66 for his second run, so I don't even know. Does he get in or does he not get in? I don't think it updated. I'd probably updated because we see Edvinas Labutis at the moment on the drop zone with the 73. Okay, and next up we're gonna have Vaidas Šipaila from Lithuania, from Team RTW, going for his first run. Big angle initiation, very nice on the first outside zone, on the second as well. That's how you do it. Good for the touch and go too. Now transitioning for the fourth outside zone. Could have been a bit deeper in it, but fixes it all in outside zone 5. Now transitioning over to outside zone 6 very aggressively. No handbrake, just angle braking there. Now coming into outside zone 7. Very good run from Vaidas here. Decent run. Let's see what points he gets. Let's see the replay again. I do like these big angle initiations that I've seen people throwing lately. Yeah, it could have been a little bit deeper there in outside zone 4. And here in outside zone 6, that was a pretty aggressive transition as well. Here in outer zone 7, also completely fills it. Confident, just plants his feet on the throttle. And let's go. Okay, already going for his second run, eager to get it done, not even waiting for the first round score. And a little bit shallower this time around in the first outside zone, but outside zone 2 is still good, so he gets back on the line quickly. Touch and go perfect. Outside zone 4, closer to the outside zone now, keeping it in on the outside. Or outside zone 5, now outside, oh, and hits the concrete wall, another victim. But he did get a 79 for his first run, so that is another solid qualifier. He gets in the competition for tomorrow, no doubt about it. Congratulations to Vaidas. Unfortunate with the second run 0, but if you're already in, it doesn't really matter much. So at the moment we've got Ritums Jakobsons with a 73 on the drop zone. Nailbiter qualifying for him. And we're looking at the scores. Oh, and Vaidas was our last driver. So that is it for our today's qualifying. That was all the drivers we had. Ritums barely escaped elimination. We've got scores all over the place here in the top 32, but actually pretty high. Pretty high top 32. We've got Armand Vestmanis, Emilis Valeka, and Artur Kula taking the top 3, all 3 with 90 points. Then we've got a lot of 80-point runs, everything from 89 to 80. From position from the 4th grid to the 90th grid, so a lot of 80s point runs, and the rest are 70s, so pretty competitive. Really lovely to see drivers putting up some decent scores, some competitive scores for the tomorrow's competition. Whew. And it is 7 p.m, so it has been a long 6 hours with you today. I am very tired, so this is going to be my goodbye to you. So see you all tomorrow for the tandems. In a second, we'll probably also see the tandem grid for tomorrow already, since that just builds automatically. And thanks for everybody who joined today. For watching, for racing, for your qualifying runs, for your chat messages, for everything, for all the likes. And it has been really fun being back here on the commentating board with all of you here. So yeah, see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Riga time when we do the top 32, the tandem part of this competition. I've been Ed with you today, and bye for now. See you tomorrow.